Huwag mo silang saktan, huwag mong sigaw-sigawan, huwag mong idadaan sa lakas ng boses at katawan. Igalang mo't huwag ituring na sila'y laruan. Sila'y taong tulad mong may dangal at karapatan. Kumilos, mga kalalakihan, makisa laban sa karahasan, maging kasama kapatid at kaibigan, wakasan ang karahasan sa kababaihan. Kumilos, mga kalalakihan, makisa laban sa karahasan, maging kasama kapatid at kaibigan, wakasan ang karahasan sa kababaihan. Kumilos, mga kalalakihan, makisa laban sa karahasan, maging kasama kapatid at kaibigan, wakasan ang karahasan sa kababaihan. Kumilos, mga kalalakihan, kumilos, mga kalalakihan, kumilos, mga kalalakihan.
Babae, bumangon ka, palayain ang sarili, madilim na lumipas, harapin mo ang bukas nang may mababakas. Babae, bumangon ka, may buwang ka sa mundo upang tuluyang magbago. Di ka nag-iisa, tayo ay sama-sama. Wakasan ng karahasan sa kababaihan, matutong manindigan sa iyong karapatan. Gabay mo ang batas sa pagsubil ng dahas. Bumangon ka, labanan ng karahasan. Babae, bumangon ka, halaga sa lipunan, hindi mapapantayan, bigyang kabuluhan, pagtahak sa tamang daan. Wakasan ng karahasan sa kababaihan, matutong manindigan sa iyong karapatan. Labay mo ang batas sa pagsubil ng dahas. Bumangon ka, labanan ng
Kumilos, mga kalalakihan, makisa laban sa karahasan, maging kasama kapatid at kaibigan, labanan ang karahasan sa kababaihan. Hindi kailangan ng mga bagay na material upang ipakita ang tunay na pagmamahal. Hindi kailangan ng maraming salapi, pagkat pagmamahal ay di nabibili. Kumilos, mga kalalakihan, makiisa laban sa karahasan, maging kasama kapatid at kaibigan, ipigil ang karahasan sa kababaihan. Huwag mo silang saktan, huwag mong sigaw-sigawan, huwag mong idadaan sa lakas ng boses at katawan. Igalang mo't huwag ituring na sila.
Babae, bumangon ka, palayain ang sarili, madilim na lumipas, harapin mo ang bukas nang may mababakas. Babae, bumangon ka, may buwang ka sa mundo upang tuluyang magbago, di ka nag-iisa, tayo ay sama-sama. Wagasan ng karahasan sa kababaihan, matutong manindigan sa iyong karapatan. Gabay mo ang batas sa pagsubil ng dahas. Bumangon ka, labanan ng karahasan. Babae, bumangon ka, halaga sa lipunan, hindi mapapantayan, bigyang kabuluhan, pagtahak sa tamang daan. Wagasan ng karahasan sa kababaihan, matutong manindigan sa iyong karapatan. Gabay mo ang batas sa pagsubil ng dahas. Bumangon ka, labanan ng Babae, bumangon ka, palayain ang sarili, madilim na lumipas, harapin mo ang bukas nang may mababakas. Babae, bumangon ka, may buwang ka sa mundo upang tuluyang magbago, di ka nag-iisa, tayo ay sama-sama. Wagasan ng karahasan sa kababaihan, matutong manindigan sa iyong karapatan. Gabay mo ang batas sa pagsubil ng dahas. Bumangon ka, labanan ng karahasan. Babae, bumangon ka, halaga sa lipunan, hindi mapapantayan, bigyang kabuluhan, pagtahak sa tamang daan. Wagasan ng karahasan sa kababaihan, matutong manindigan sa iyong karapatan. Gabay mo ang batas sa pagsubil ng dahas.
Dapat itong dairy kitchen, pahandol ng kwarta. Kahit, tumingin.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us observe the singing of the Philippine national anthem, to be followed by the prayer and the singing of the USEP hymn.
Noon pa man, malaki na ang naging bahagi ng mga kababaihan sa lipunang Pilipino. Kaisa sila sa marubdob na paghahangad ng kalayaan ng ating lahi. Kabilang sila sa paglinang ng ating makulay na sining at mayamang kultura. Kasapi sila sa pagtataguyod ng mga adhikain ng kapwa mamamayan at sa pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan. Katuwang sila sa pagtuklas sa mga larangan ng agham at medisina. Kapanalig sila sa pagpapairal ng batas, karapatan at katarungan para sa lahat. Kabahagi sila sa paglilingkod sa bayan at sa pagpapanatili ng demokrasyang Pilipino. Sa paglipas ng panahon, hindi nagmaliw ang kanilang pag-ibig sa ating inang bayan. Mga kababayan, ito ang alay ng mga kababaihang Pilipino para sa bayan. Tumayo po tayong lahat at sabay-sabay nating awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Ayaw mag-iliw, pero sa silanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dilim mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, dulatan ng mag-iliw, sa manlulupin, di ko masisingil, sa lahat ng tulog, sa sinulat at sa langit mong bahang, may ginagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng patawad mo'y tagumpay na nagliligid, ang bituin na araw na kailan pa may magdilig. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsima, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang hikaya ng pag ay makahamit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
As we observe the 18-day campaign to end violence against women or VAW from November 25th to December 12th, we ask you, Lord, to look with kindness upon all of us who are gathered here. Fill our hearts and minds with love, wisdom, and courage as we face our daily lives. We pray for all women and girls who suffer from domestic violence, rape, incest, sexual harassment, trafficking, prostitution, and other forms of violence. May they have the courage to break their silence, find protection, healing, and justice. We pray for the perpetrators of VAW that they may learn to respect women and girls and stop the violence. O loving Father and Mother, send us your Spirit so that everything that we do will be done with love and respect for our fellow humans. Regardless of age, sex, class, ethnicity, and ability, O powerful God, develop in us a high regard for the thoughts, feelings, and experiences of everyone, and bestow on us the capacity to promote, protect, and fulfill the rights of women and girls. Almighty Creator, grant us the strength to stand up against all forms of violence happening to women and girls, the sharpness to recognize a silenced victim of VAW, the courage to speak up against VAW, the resourcefulness to help a victim of VAW, and the resolve to never commit any form of VAW. For all of this, we implore your guidance. Amen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the participants in the Zoom platform and viewers from Facebook Live. I am your host, virtual host for today, Dan Pratasio Pacoy, for the forum on Iha Ako campaign. This forum is one of the activities for the 18-day campaign to end violence against women. The campaign started last November 25 and will culminate come December 12. Activities supporting the 18-day campaign is brought to you by the Gender and Development Office in partnership with the Obrero Campus Student Council, supervised by the Office of Student Affairs and Services. I, for one, am very excited for the topic points of this forum, for they are especially relevant in today's society. At this juncture, I will hand over the virtual floor to the Directress of the Gender and Development Office, Ms. Realiza B. Molina, to give her opening remarks. Take it away, Mamri.
Thank you so much, Dan. Audio okay? I'm not using any earphones or headset. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, so thank you so much.
Ang mga bata gud karon ma'am no kay wala jud problema no ang mga bata no kay wala jud problema.
Oh. Okay, I would like to request everyone to please mute your mic, please. Okay, thank you. All right. Before my part, I'm going to look my part. Aside from acknowledging the participants, I would like to greet each one of you a pleasant afternoon. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to our president, our very supportive president, Dr. Lourdes Narelao. Thank you so much, Ma'am Ed, for sparing your time with us, though I know you're very much activities in the university. I'm a very supportive Vice President for Administration, Ma'am Liz Paunilian. Thank you so much, Ma'am Liz, for of the Gender Development Office. Our speakers this afternoon, thank you so much for joining us and for squeezing us in your hectic schedule. Thank you for joining us for this course. Our first two speakers are already here in the meeting room, and we hope to have our last two speakers to joining us before the two speakers end their presentation this afternoon. This activity is our way of supporting the 18-day campaign to end VAW of the Philippine government's goal of protecting the human rights of women and girls by upholding its commitment to address all forms of gender-based violence as enshrined in the 1987 Constitution. And I am very glad that the university is very supportive of all of the causes that the GAD office promotes. And this event wouldn't be possible without the partnership, active partnership actually, of the Obrero Campus Student Council. Thank you so much, led by the Student Region Harvey Lau and the OCSC President Ken Sumampong. By virtue of Republic Act 10398, or the Act declaring November 25 of every year as a National Consciousness Day for the elimination of VAWC, government agencies are mandated to raise awareness on the problem of violence and the elimination of all forms of violence against women and girls. And so this is the way of the University of Southeastern Philippines through its Gender Development Office in partnership of OCSC supports this campaign. For the 18-day campaign, this is just one of the activities that we have. We also have other activities prepared for December 4. And so this afternoon, this is the forum, four-part forum, which will give you insights to the different issues surrounding violence against women. We will have different topics to be delivered by our high caliber, competent speakers, knowledgeable of the topic, and please feel free to use the chat space over there to ask questions or to participate. And that's my opening statement. And to acknowledge the participants, I am very, very happy to acknowledge our participants who are not just from Region 11. We have participants actually all the way from Samar. It's overwhelming actually because this there's actually a participant who really messaged me through USEP Gender and Development Facebook account, asking me if they can join this event. And who am I not to let them in? This is actually not just a USEP event, but we would also like other individuals to join us in this campaign. And let me acknowledge our participants. To give you a background actually or the idea, 80% okay, of our participants are female, while 20% are male. So that's our sexist aggregated data for this activity. And we have from this, I have actually 85 registrants. I have closed the registration form and 85 registered. And now from the 85 registered participants, 70.6% are faculty members, and then 23.5% are the students, and the others are representing the non-teaching personnel. And I am very happy as well that there are alumni who are joining us in this activity. So we're hitting actually all of this, no? So hindi na tayo maano dyan sa ating sa ating accreditation kasi lahat-lahat na dito na-catch natin for this activity. And of course, our activities are from, we have actually more than 20 participants from Gintarkan Elementary and National High School. We also have from participants from Department of Education across, I think across the region, and I think from Visayas as well. We also have participants from Iloilo, Bakong Elementary School, Iloilo. We have from DepEd Summer Division, San Andres National High School. We have from, I think this is San Carlos City, Department of Education, and DepEd Region 11, Patimbao Elementary School, and then Samar College. And of course, our very own, the representatives from the University of Southeastern Philippines are representing the different colleges of the university. We also have, by the way, the representative from Davao del Sur State College, Ma'am Ces, thank you so much for joining us. From Conval State College, that's our representatives from here in Region 11. We also have our friends from BISLIG. Yes, and thank you so much, everyone. If I missed some of you, thank you so much. These are based on the registration that I have here. But of course, everyone is acknowledged, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. And with that, I'm giving back the virtual floor to Dan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Rio, for your usual cheerful opening remarks. And welcome to all our participants from across the nation. Let me just remind everybody of our hashtags, hashtag VAWFreePH. If you can, take a selfie of your this virtual room and upload it on Facebook or Instagram and use the hashtag VAWFreePH. Now, at this point, to give a message to the USEP community and participants of today's forum, let us give our virtual applause to Dr. Lourdes C. Generalao, the University President.
Thank you very much, Dan and Ms. Rio. Our esteemed resource persons, participating agencies, organizations, earlier introduced by Ms. Molina, officials, faculty and staff, my dear students of the university, of course, ladies and gentlemen, maayong hapon kanatong tanan. Allow me to welcome you all as today marks our official participation as a university to the 18-day campaign to end violence against women. The conduct of this activity displays our strong will and determination to uphold our advocacy on the promotion and protection of the human rights of women and girls. We did not allow the current health crisis to stop us in participating in this significant cause I wish that akin to the strong will we possess, we will also maintain a strong spirit, no matter what trials we face each day until the season of distress passes. Our campaign is a very effective platform for us to highlight and emphasize the role of women in our society and acknowledge our progress towards growth and evolution. In the past, women are considered to bear only the purpose of being wives and mothers, devoid of dreams and ambition for themselves, with muted voices invalidating their thoughts and opinions. But as the world continued to progress, women around the globe have evolved and have left behind those days of being unfree. Despite the discrimination that women endured, we have managed to rise up in society and show that we are more than just our gender. That alongside men, we can do great things and become significant individuals in our society. Throughout the years, we have broken norms, changed mindsets, and inspired young girls by showing that they can be whatever they want to be. And yet, with the world having advanced and changed, violence against women are still rampant. Even more so today, as we are currently going through the COVID-19 pandemic. Sadly, the enforced lockdown around the world in order to contain the spread of the virus has become an opportunity for domestic abusers to prey easily on their victims. Aside from the saddening news regarding the death toll due to the coronavirus disease, we also hear heartbreaking news regarding cases about domestic violence and rape, most of which are against girls and women. Added to this is the evident harassment that women and girls encounter: catcalling, unsolicited comments regarding their bodies, suggestive behaviors, sexual humor, and dismissive behavior towards women and girls, complaints about being uncomfortable. With these realities, it is important to raise awareness and maximize our voices now more than ever. This is not only a fight for women who are common victims. This is also a fight for those with mothers, sisters, wives, daughters, and friends. To add to this, let me share one of the popular fables by Aesop. And I quote, "A man came into a forest and asked the trees to provide him a handle for his axe. The trees consented to his request and gave him a young ash tree. No sooner had the man fitted a new handle to his axe than he began to use it and quickly felled with his strokes the noblest giants of the forest. An old oak, lamenting, when too late the destruction of his companions, said to a neighboring cedar, 'The first step has lost us all. If we had not given up the rights of the ash, we might yet have retained our own privileges and have stood for ages.'" End quote. This implies that simply because we are not directly affected does not mean that we should just dwell in our privileges and turn a blind eye. Because if we do not fight to eliminate the enemy now, our loved ones could be the next victim tomorrow. We must stand for those who are unable to stand for themselves, engaged in a battle not for our own benefits, but for those who are incapable of wielding their weapons. This campaign is a call to action to everyone who holds in their heart a strong sense of duty to fight against violence. Let us use this opportunity to come together, to fight, to serve as voice of the voiceless, and to defend the rights of women and girls. With that said, I would like to thank everyone who orchestrated this campaign. especially our Gender and Development Office, led by very energetic, very active, responsible GAD directress, Ms. Ria Lisa Molina. Of course, the OCSC, led by its president and our new student regent. Other offices in the university, colleges, of course, other participants who will be joining in this 18-day long training. I want also to thank all the participants for their cooperation in the events that were prepared for this campaign. Let us make use of this campaign to defeat evil and let the end of violence begins with us. Thank you and maayong hapon kaninyong tanan pag-usab.
Thank you very much, Dr. Generalao, for an inspiring message and, of course, the unending support for GAD activities. Indeed, the road to a society that is free from violence against women is for everyone and not just for women. It is an inclusive campaign. Now, as mentioned, I, for one, am very excited for the topic points for this forum. So without further ado, let us move forward to the program proper of today's forum. May I give the virtual floor to Ms. Angeli V. Cabajes, GAD Coordinator of College of Education, to introduce our speaker. Ma'am Ange. Ma'am Ange?
Yes.
Medyo mahina po ang volume.
How about this one? Hello?
Marinig, ma'am, but hindi masyado malakas ang volume.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are honored to have with us high-caliber experts and active advocates for gender and development as our speakers in today's 18-day Anti-VAW campaign forum. Our first speaker finished her MA in Humanities, major in Studies.
We cannot hear you. I think it's very, yes, we cannot hear you, Ma'am Ange. Try daw to, unplug or like your,
How about this one po?
okay. Thank you.
There you go. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Let me continue. So as I said, we are very honored to have with us, as Ma'am Rio said earlier, how she exactly described them, very high-caliber experts and active advocates for gender and development as our speakers in today's 18-day Anti-VAW campaign forum. Our first speaker finished her MA in Humanities, major in Women's Studies from St. Scholastica's College. Currently, she is taking her PhD in Development Studies from the Ateneo de Davao University. She is currently the chief of the Integrated Gender and Development Division of the City Mayor's Office and a member of the Philippine Commission on Women, Gender and Development Resource Group. Our first speaker, who will talk to us about Iha Ako, Women's Voice in the Midst of the Pandemic, is Ms. Lorna B. Mandin. Lauren, I think it's your turn na po. Ma'am Lorna is the head of the Integrated Gender and Development Division of Davao City.
Yeah, good afternoon. Maayong hapon sa tanan. I would like to commend USEP for not only spearheading but for sustaining your efforts towards attaining gender and development as well as women empowerment initiative. So you have started kanus agani, Ma'am Riz?
Tawad naman, 2016.
Oh, 2016. So roughly 4 years, but you have, you know, malayo-layo na po ang naabot ng USEP. So this is part of, you know, integrating gender in the curriculum. And USEP has been very consistent in, you know, initiating activities with students, with faculty, and teaching staff. No, very consistent tayo dun sa ating gender advocacies. To start with, please let me share my screen. Ma'am Rio, makashare ko. Ayan.
Yes, ma'am. Makashare ka, ma'am.
Okay. So we are in quarantine. No, we call this women's voice in the midst of pandemic. But you know, domestic violence and violence against women is also other form of pandemic. To start with, this is the outline of my discussion. We start with free test. We will spend a few minutes of understanding or refreshing ourselves with gender-based violence. We will try to look back also of the realities of gender-based violence, the institutions that shape socialization, and on the more practical part, what can be done to combat violence against women. And we have lastly for post-test and key messages. For our pre-test, Ma'am Rio, please.
Okay.
We have a poll. I hope this session will be as interactive as possible, no? So I have a few slides, few statements to flash, to share with you. And you will also freely share your thoughts and ideas. Ma'am Rio, please. We have 5 questions. Number one question, how prevalent is physical and sexual intimate partner violence or sexual violence by a non-partner? It's a multiple choice. Letter A, 1 in 6 women experience this. Letter B, 1 in 4 women experience this. And number 3, 1 in 3 women experience this. So ano po ang tamang sagot? Global. Gaano ka common yung domestic violence against women na tinatawag? A, B, or C?
Let me give them 10 seconds, Ma'am Lauren.
10 seconds, sige.
Yes.
Three, 2, 1. Next question, please. Please submit your answers.
All right,
Number 2.
Actually. Ma'am Lauren, can you see the result?
Dili pa. Later na lang in the post-test.
I think I would have a hard time later pag
sige. Note ko na lang.
Yes, ma'am. This is the results.
Okay. Sige. Thank you. Okay, number 2.
Okay.
Number 2 question.
All right. Let me just end this poll. Okay. Number 2.
Number 2 question. Childhood experiences of violence can be a risk factor to perpetuate and or experience violence as an adult. A, true. B, false. Yung mga childhood experiences daw, nakaka-influence dun sa bata na magiging perpetrator or offender siya when he or she grows up. True or false? 10 seconds also. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Result, Ma'am Rio? Or later mo na ma-flash, ma'am, after the 5th question?
Actually, ma'am, lahat na-answer na nila.
Ah, okay. Ah, lahat na answer na. Oh, sige, sige.
Yes.
Number
Yes, ma'am,
2.
here na. Ito na.
Kunin. Ah, sige. Result, please.
There you go.
Okay.
Share results. There. Ito yung results, ma'am, Lauren.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. Sige, thank you, Ma'am Rio.
Okay.
Ayan, salamat. Thank you for your answer. We will discuss those statements during post-test. Sige, let us all remember or refresh ourselves again with the following institutions as they again perpetuate gender power relations. So, ayan po, family, school, religion, media, business and market, and state. So, in what way kaya, sa anong paraan po, etong mga institusyon ay, nakaka-influence or nagpapatuloy, nagre-reinforce po ng gender power relations. What about Dan? Pwede kang makapag-cite ng thoughts on kahit saang institution po. In what way does this institution perpetuate gender power relations? Dan?
Hi, ma'am.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. Yes po. Sa family po, the question again, ma'am, is how in these institutions are perpetuating gender relations?
Yes.
Yeah. For example, family, there are gender roles in the family. It is not uncommon, especially with Filipino families, that we have gender roles. Pag si lalaki, dapat siya, hindi naman dapat, but there is a concept that pag papa, siya ang mag-provide for the family. Si mama naman, siya ang tig-alaga ng mga anak. At saka there was also a time in the Philippine history that women are not allowed to go to work, or it is a taboo to go to work. So that's an example of how institutions, certain institutions perpetrate gender roles and the dynamics of equality.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan. Lastly, may we call on Hazel Queen? Hazel, any thoughts? Hazel Queen Bernales. Last call, Miss Hazel. O sige, wala. Or si Miss Annalisa Aguilar. Miss Annalisa? Wala. Lastly, si Miss Emily Pacanya. Hala, asan niya itong mga participants? Ma'am Rio, naabadjud ni sila?
Nana sila mo.
Na sila. O sige lang, basi nagproblema ta technical. O, if tama, no? Tama si Dan. In family, in school, we have segregation, no? Yung mga courses na pambabae, panlalaki. For example, humanities, social sciences, mauna pambabae. Pag lalaki, engineering, mathematics, medicine, and law school, medyo lalaki. Religion, no? Through the hierarchy, structures of the church, as well as processes, no? In media, what images of women do we often see in advertisements and commercials? Diba? Mga beautifying products or no, panglimpyo sa balay, mga disinfectants. In business and market, we see a lot of women occupying medyo no, low positions. Although sabi ni Dr. Lourdes kanina, noon pa yon, pero ngayon marami na pong mga babae, no, who are able to fulfill their dreams. Marami na pong babae nakakapasok in private or in government, occupying key positions. In state, so ang gobyerno po, ang estado mismo, ay nakakatulong din po sa pag-reinforce ng gender inequality through the laws and policies that we enact. So we have laws that are discriminatory to women. Case in point, yung ating law on marital infidelity ay di po pantay para sa babae at lalaki. No? Mas mahirap po mapatunayan ang isang lalaki na may extramarital affairs compared to women. So for decades, lahat ng processes ng mga institutions na ito continue to, again, affect our socialization. Although, sabi nga ngayon, nagbago naman kahit papaano. So, we are also inviting these institutions, for example, USEP in particular, is doing something to, you know, reach that gender equity and gender equality that we are aiming and we are, you know, mandated to fulfill, promote, and protect. I have a slide here on women's human rights instruments. So, daghan kaayo ta. International, we have treaties, conventions, and declarations. Permi parati pong pumipirma ang Pilipinas dyan. Permi first honor. For example, our 1979 CEDAW or Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, yan po ang Bill of Rights of Women. Siya po ang basihan kung bakit meron tayong gender equality efforts, minamandate po tayo kasi every 3 years, every 4 years, sinisingil tayo ng United Nations. So yan, UDHR resigned in 1948, ICCPR, ICSCR, Vienna Convention in 1993, dyan unang na-define ang violence against women. In 1994, pumirma din tayo sa International Conference on Population and Development, and in 1995, Beijing Platform of Action on Women. So lahat po ito, karapatan ng kababaihan, as well as tinitingnan ang estado ng mga state parties, yung mga countries po na pumirma, kung ano ba talaga ang state of women and girl children. National laws, we have RA 7192 or Women in Nation Building Act. As early as 1991, we have RA 7877. No? Later, madiscuss ito. Second topic natin, RA 353 or our rape law. At marami pa pong ibang national laws. Magna Carta of Women also in 2009. At the local level, here in Davao City, we have City Ordinance 5004 or Women Development Code. No? In 1997, we have enacted that. We also have our local Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act or Ordinance, and we have Women's Health. And ongoing po, kung may mga batas, ordinansa po tayong gustong ipapatupad dito sa lungsod, pwede po tayong mag-coordinate sa amin o sa SP Committee on Women. on legislation. So commonly used term for referring violence against women, VAW or GBV or gender-based violence, or others would call it IPV or intimate partner violence. Iba sexual violence, ang iba tinatawag sexual assault. But all of this, no, this is an umbrella term for any harmful act that is perpetrated against a person's will and is biased on socially ascribed variable. For example, gender. Kasi secondary yung role or position ng babae. Tingin ng society, less powerful siya. Ayan, between males and females. Yan po, it includes acts that inflict physical, sexual, emotional harm. No? Usually, babae po ang natatamaan dyan. So, gender-based violence violates the right to life, liberty, and security of a person. Bakit? Maraming babae kinukulong ng mga asawa or ang iba, it causes talaga death of a spouse because of a heightened fight or away. It happened in Davao City. May isa teacher, babae, napatay ng kanyang asawa. May isa din in Taga-Bawa tribe in Turil, lalaki din ang napatay ng asawa. So, ang domestic violence can actually harm both women and men. But most of our victims right now are predominantly women. May mga babae po hindi pinapalabas ng mga asawa or husbands. Dapat sa bahay ka lang, dito ka lang. Kung magbantay ng mga bata, mag-asikaso ng kung ano-ano sa loob ng bahay. Di ka pwedeng lumabas. It is considered as the highest standard of physical and mental health. A lot of women suffer from the ill effects of emotional abuse. And sad to say, we have a number of women committing suicide. Also, our right from torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment or punishment. Yun nga, kasi maraming babae sinasaktan. It also violates our rights to freedom of opinion and expression. Minsan, mga babae hindi pinakikinggan. Or right to education. In the past, ang mga babae po hindi pinapag-aral kasi kutob lang ka sa balay. Diyan ka lang sa bahay. So, ititrain ka na lang sa loob ng bahay. Huwag ka nang mag-aral kasi lalaki po ang pinapag-aral. Comparative statistics in 2019 and 2020, for example, this is a case of rape. In the city, there is very slight increase. Pero tingnan nyo ang number 24, ang dami po. But if we compare 2019 to 2020, on the same period, 10 months, ang dami po, imagine 24 girls or girls and women raped. All of the victims, survivors of rape in 2019 and 2020 are all girls or young women or female. Mga babae po. Therefore, sa mga nagre-report, wala pong lalaki na or walang babae na perpetrator of rape. Wala din pong lalaki na nag-report of being forced into sex by a partner. Majority of the victim survivors in both periods are young. So remember etong 12 to 17 years old, which constitute around 43% of the cases. So napakalaking bahagi po ng pie. These are 12, grade 6 to 17, mga 4th year, or grade 10, or no, grade 12. So grade 6 to grade 12, kana ng mga edad, age range, are the most vulnerable of, in this case, rape. Majority of the victims are students, meaning they are in school. In fact, some of the cases are actually happening in schools. So, medyo panganib po at isang concern din ito na pwedeng tingnan. Sa USEP ba may nangyayaring rape? Sa USEP ba may nangyayaring sexual harassment, sexual assault, etc. Ito yung case ng yung quarantine, yung ECQ kinumpare natin. Majority of the suspects in 2019 26 to 35. Meaning ang age range ng perpetrator at saka victim is 15 years and above yung age gap. Pero in 2020 bumaba po ang edad ng mga kabataan. Ibig sabihin, those involved as suspects in rape are getting younger. And in both 2019 and 2020, the cases of rape happen in the victim's residence. Meaning, nasa loob ng bahay. Diba? We are expecting na yung bahay natin is the safest place. Pero sa mga kasong ito, rape in particular, ay nasa loob ng bahay pala ng biktima pa. Ibig sabihin, napaka-aggressive po talaga ng perpetrator na imagine maka-afford siyang pasukin ang bahay ng biktima. So siguro tinataon wala ang parents or walang ibang tao. Comparative data on...
Okay, so let's start from the junior high school.
Sige. If we compare, kanina ang pinag-usapan natin rape. Ngayon, RA 9262 or VAWC or itong domestic violence, happening between couples or intimate partners. In 2019 and 2020, bumaba po. There is a significant decrease in reported cases in our office. I verify it also with the police, Davao City Police Office. Ganun po ang nangyaring scenario. But we believe that the reported cases is mainly due to the situation that victims and survivors do not have any access to intervention, meaning they were not able to report. Yung iba baka walang phone or kasi hindi allowed pumunta sa City Hall, sarado po ang... Pero the police stations are open But because of quarantine, women, baka walang FM pass or hindi lumalabas or takot na lumabas po yung mga babae. So, they are not able to access intervention kasi nga naka-quarantine tayo. Kaya tama yung sinabi kanina ni Dr. Lourdes na during quarantine, mas vulnerable yung mga babae kasi magkasama sila nung kanyang asawa. In our office, a lot of women, victims complaining for their spouses. Yung issue po nila, medyo nare-reduce pag hindi sila magkasama. But during quarantine, magkasama po sila kasi yun nga, marami din nawalan ng trabaho, marami suffering the economic effects of quarantine. So medyo escalated po talaga ang level of yung distress na tinatawag. Pero dun sa mga nag-report, consistent po ang ating data that the highest form of abuse reported is on economic abuse. So yun pong kulang ang suporta o walang suporta po yung lalaki na binibigay sa kanyang pamilya. Actions taken in crisis situation, we strive to ensure that services are still widely accessible. So we used phone, mobile, FB account, messenger. We also resorted to making IECs, tapos sinasama po natin sa mga relief goods. So may mga cases din po tayong ang nakakaabot sa atin na ginamit nila yung hotline na nakuha nila kasama doon sa relief goods. So what the city or the LGU is doing to combat violence against women. So mandated po ang lahat ng barangay dapat may ano siya, VAW desk na merong permanent personnel na naka-assigned, ideally 24/7, pwedeng natatawagan po kasi maraming cases of battering and rape, no, nangyayari po sa gabi. Very unique also in Davao City, this guideline for gender sensitive, no, interviewing. Tinitrain po natin, binibigay natin ito sa mga police and social workers. No, we call it gather approach, or G, greet, A, ask and assess, T, and tell, help, execute, refer, record, and report. So gather is an acronym for our gender sensitive handling of cases. So sa lahat ng police station, meron pong Women Children Concern section, or we call it police women's desk in the police. So whenever we have complaints related to gender-based violence, pumunta po tayo sa women's desk. Hindi po tayo doon sa general investigation. Mas maganda po sa women's desk kasi ang mga documents, ang ating records ay tinatago, no? Kept confidential. Unlike in general investigation, pwede po siyang open po to media and anybody, no, na magko-conduct ng study or research. So doon po tayo pumunta sa police women's desk ng police station. Sidlakan Shelter for Women, this is a safe house, temporary shelter for women and girls, victims and survivors of domestic violence. Pag nagpapamedical din po tayo, dumiretso tayo sa, although ito ay COVID hospital ngayon, but they use teleconferencing and mga phone patch dun sa interview. We will, kung may kailangan po, pwede nating ibigay yung mga contact information kasi ang SPMC right now ay, di ba, treated siya as COVID hospital in the city. But sila po ang merong Women and Children Protection Unit. Kasi pag magpa-file tayo ng case, dapat po government physicians yung ating pupuntahan or medico-legal. In other hospitals, Brokenshire, for example, has also Brokenshire Women Center. So parang WCPU din siya in a private setting. So a lot of hospitals right now are offering mga OB packages, no, na very affordable to women. Mga OB package kasi yung pagbubuntis, pagbibigay po ng regular prenatal check-up ay mas mas affordable at mas friendly to women. We call also 911 because this is our domestic violence hotline. So whenever we have emergencies, tumawag po tayo ng 911. We also have Kian Gabriel hotline for child abuse. No, medyo familiar tayo kasi merong jingle ito, pinapalabas every Sunday sa ating Biyaheng Duterte, yung 0908-818-4444. And in our daycare and elementary schools, ino-orient po ang mga bata to memorize this number para madali pong mag-text or tumawag for cases of child abuse, be it sexual, physical, or whatever. Magnegosyo Taday is a program, no, for empowering women economically kasi alam natin na isang strategy po ay dapat may sariling kita, may sariling pera yung mga babae na hindi po siya totally dependent sa kanyang asawa. So even as young girls or young women, college, no, students natin, we might as well train ourselves na on financial literacy. Isang magandang aspeto po siya na magandang pag-aralan at ma-integrate din sa ating curriculum or certain subjects or certain courses. We have lawyers, no? We have 5 city-paid lawyers who provide free legal assistance or legal intervention. Meron tayong 5 for VAWC, meron tayong 2 for rape. Kasi alam natin it's quite difficult to hire a lawyer for certain cases, no, acceptance fee, baka di natin kaya. So since 2004, meron tayong mga abogado na pwedeng lapitan po for our cases. Well, this is a practice in Davao City, no, yung mutual cooperation between government and NGOs. again, on advancing gender. We provide training on indigenous women, especially on decision-making processes. Kasi alam natin ng IP communities, no, medyo very feudal, mga lalaki po ang nasusunod, mga or mga leaders ng mga tribes, predominantly also mga lalaki. So, tinitrain din po natin ang mga lumad na kababaihan along this line for them to decide, no, on matters relating to reproductive health, family planning, or ano man ang gusto nila sa buhay. And part of the education is to provide also consciousness to male leaders. So pinipresent din po natin sa mga lalaki na ano yung issues, ano din yung karapatan ng mga kababaihan, at ano din ang pwedeng magagawa ng mga lalaki. So very briefly, yun lang po ang aking pagbabahagi. We go now to our post-test. For question number 1, ayan po ang sagot. Fortunately, letter C ito. Sa ating result, A, 38%, B, 23%. Mabuti po, no? It means mataas po ang level of awareness natin. Letter C, we have 42%, highest po sa tatlong options, meaning most of you believe. Kasi letter C po ang tamang sagot, 3 out of 10, or roughly 35% of women globally have experienced such violence. Hindi pa kasama dyan ang sexual harassment. Kung isasama, no, mag-i-increase siya. But ang tanong, no, primarily on violence in intimate relations, meaning worldwide, 1 out of 3 women experience physical violence. So marami po sa atin na nakakuha. 42% of us said letter C ang tamang sagot. Meaning, almost half of us got the right answer. Ang sabi kanina, question number 2, yun pong yung childhood experience, exposure to violence, can be a risk factor. Letter A, true. 83% po ang nagsabi sa atin na tama. Merong 70 nagsabi mali. So ang tamang sagot, according to World Health Organization, ang mga studies ay nagpapakita na yung mga lalaki who experience abuse, neglect, or have witnessed family violence in their childhood are more likely to perpetrate intimate partner violence. And studies also show that women who experience or have witnessed violence in childhood are at increased risk of experiencing intimate relation. So babae, lalaki na parehong naging biktima or naging witness, when they grow up, may effect yun sa kanyang relationship, no, with the spouse or with the children. The data suggests that violence is a learned behavior. Ibig sabihin, pag may mga kaso pong domestic violence, crucial po ang counseling so that victims are able to, you know, makabounce back ba? Ma-process yung experience, maintindihan, and yung sabi nga natin, makaka-move on. Number 3, it is the fault of the woman if they are raped. Kasalanan ng mga babae yan because they wear sexy clothing, nagpa-sexy manggod sila, or nasa tada, this oras ng gabi. And congratulations, all of us, all of you said false. No, 100%. Sabi ninyo, mali po yun. So very good. This is an exhibition of what she wore, showing clothing of women and girls who have experienced sexual abuse. Now, women are never to be blamed. Pero alam natin sa police, sa prosecution, we often hear statements na ay kasalanan mo kasi gayaw-yaw ka kaya nagalit ang iyong asawa. You keep on nagging. No? Harmful gender norms stigmatize women who are raped by blaming them. That's why a lot of girls or young girls would never consider filing a case Kasi takot sila na ma-public trial. Ha, bakit rape? Di naman siya maganda. Oh, bakit siya na-rape? Ang taba-taba niya, etc., etc. However, perpetration of rape is about men's abuse, power, and domination over women. So yung culture po ng patriarchy, yun po ang root cause kung bakit meron tayong battering, meron tayong rape. Kasi ang paniniwala ng mga lalaki, they are too powerful, you know, to subjugate, to dominate women. Norms that blame women for being raped must change and perpetrators must be held accountable for their actions. Kaya dapat mag-file ng case, dapat mapanagot po talaga ang mga perpetrators, yung mga offenders. No? Norms must also make it unacceptable for men to abuse and dominate women. So siguro part ng pag-aaral natin sa ating university is to, you know, educate our boys and men, students and faculty and non-teaching staff about rape, about sexual violence, about, you know, domestic violence. Number 4, sad face. Number 4, women, ang sabi kasi dito, healthcare provider cannot offer anything for cases of domestic violence. May nagsabi lang na yung 17% again, sabi nila, true, but the correct answer is false, which 83% of you got the right answer. Ayan. Sorry po, biglang nawala. Nakaka-stress talaga, biglang nawawala ang screen.
Yeah.
Biglang naputol.
We thought for a while na mga net namin dito sa bahay or sa mga offices. It's just that.
Murag ako ang nawala.
Sige ma'am, you may continue.
Ayan. Pero we are happy to note that 83% of you said false. Therefore, dapat po yung mga babae who are abused are more likely to seek health services. So pag may lumapit po sa clinic, dapat hindi po magalit si nurse or si doktor natin or health professionals in the university. Especially pag may babae pong pumasok na, you know, nagbabasa ng mga brochure or pumasok, magtatanong-tanong, nagmamasid. So our health professional should be sensitive, no, na oops, it is parang signal ba? Ano kaya ang kailangan ng babaeng ito? Ano kaya ang kailangan ng estudyanteng ito or ng personnel or ng teacher nito? It may become a signal ba na please help me, parang ganun po. So paminsan kasi yung ating mga personnel, health professionals are very busy, especially with COVID now. Paminsan na didismiss natin or insensitive tayo sa pangangailangan kaya ng ating students or workers. Therefore, health services are important entry point for women experiencing violence, no, na makaka-access po ng healthcare, even psychological support and referral. For example, si Ma'am Rio, sanay ako dyan na pag may mga services siya na kailangan na wala sa university pero available sa city or other partners, isang text lang po kami ni Miss Rio. So we refer students, we refer colleagues, so mga ganyan po. So nagtutulungan po tayo.
Ma'am Bon, I think hindi mo na-share ang slides mo.
Oops.
Opo.
Sorry. Wait.
Balik lang pa ng share screen.
Share. Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Rio.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I think this is the last slide. Yung sabi kanina, no, yung healthcare is an entry point. So di natin babaliwalain no na ay wala kaming pakialam dyan kasi ang VAWC doon lang yan sa office ni Miss Rio. So hindi po. Lahat po ng offices can be an entry point for, reporting. Lastly, ang question number 5, respect women. No? In preventing violence against women, happy to note also 100% or all of you said, tama po ito na strategy. Ibig sabihin, again, no, mataas po ang level of awareness natin at tayo'y naniniwala that these 7 strategies are important to successful programming, to ending violence against women. Respect na meron siyang ibig sabihin na finlash natin kanina. So maybe we can reiterate, no, pabalik-balik siguro natin, or we can integrate this few slides in our curriculum, in our subjects, in our lessons, para mag-retain sa ating mga students primarily, because our students will be the future leaders, doctors, educators, lawyers. So mas maganda pong sasabi natin, gender sensitive and women friendly po ang ating mga ginugroom na mga bata ngayon. Yan po. R for relationship skills strengthen. So as young as, boyfriend, girlfriend in university, colleges, skills are strengthened, meaning the boys and girls can freely decide. Wala pong nagdo-dominate. Empowerment of women. So sabi natin kanina, they can decide. They have their own money. Anong courses nila, anong pwedeng trabaho, negosyo, etc. Services are ensured in the city, in the university, country po, maraming services. So, in the city, I can assure you that we are open, to suggestions, ideas po. Most of the services that are being offered in the city are actually product of consultative process. So, merong isa nagsasabi yun. For example, isang university or groups of women or isang barangay. Tas nag-i-input po siya, then later we consider it as an innovation, pinupunduhan po ng city, taka na institutionalize po. Poverty reduced, again, this is related to economic empowerment of women. Environments made safe, meaning our schools, mga hallways, our CR, our offices, streets, markets, public places, dapat safe, to women, girls, and all persons. Child and adolescent abuse prevented. Malaking usapin din po ito because, we are espousing for positive discipline, but as product po ng colonization, medyo, marami pong mga parents are na violent po sa mga bata. Tapos again, na-reinforce ng media, ang mga teleserye natin na pinapanood everyday, kahit pa paano nakaka-influence din po yun ng attitudes and beliefs. And lastly, for all of us, transformed attitudes, beliefs, and norms into gender or violence-free society or community. Yun po ang panawagan at challenge sa ating lahat na tayo ay maging committed to be one with the nation or with the country in transforming our society. So, hindi po kaya na ilang sektor lang, kundi bawat isa po, it's everyone's concern po yung tinatamasa po nating or ini-aim po na transform na society na free from all forms of violence. Again, respect. Who among you got 5 out of 5? Kasi kung meron, dapat may premyo. Oh, si Dan. Ma'am Rio, Dan deserves, a prize. Claim it from Dr. Rio Molina. Congratulations, and to Sino pa ang naka-perfect? Singlo na to si Ma'am Rio. Ayan, these are some key messages, no? Sabi natin, sana naniniwala din tayo that gender-based violence is a human rights violation and it is punishable by law. So we have international, national, and local laws that punish gender-based violence. And again, it comes in many forms. So very common lang ang rape, wife battering, domestic violence yan. Violence, ayan, that is based on gender relations, norms, expectations, that limits our capacity as individuals. GBV can be prevented. So, isang effort po ito, ating forum, itong ating launching. Sana po tuloy-tuloy at naniniwala ako na sa inyong university tuloy-tuloy po ang ating kampanya. So, hindi lang po dahil 18-day VAW campaign, kundi pwede ba? It becomes part of our, university, anong tawag dyan, core value. Include some type, yan po ang issue ng or concept ng force, threat, coercion, again, that results to harm. It is characterized by the lack of informed consent. So mas maganda po, we provide proper information to our teachers, to our students, non-teaching personnel as well. Sa araw-araw po at consistent na paggalaw at paglalaban nitong inequality, I believe we will attain that VAW-free university or VAW-free community. Ayan po, if you have concerns or questions, you can also get in touch with us. But I'm sure your gender office is also open, willing to provide support, help. But for purposes of referral, our office is also available for intervention. So yun lang po ang aking maikling pagbabahagi. We can do something to change this present conditions of women and girls. Daghang salamat, maayong hapon sa tanan.
Thank you, Ms. Lorna Mandin, for the very informative talk, especially with giving us statistics of gender against women. Also debunking the misconception that certain institutions can only be sila lang yung pwedeng duulan para magsumbong ng violence against women. And yes, I would like to reiterate na let's not stop the campaign within the 18-day campaign against violence against women, but it is an everyday lifestyle. It should be an everyday lifestyle for everybody, not just women, but also men. Now, thank you again, Ma'am Lorna, for your talk. For those who have questions, please do not hesitate to post them. You may use, for participants inside the Zoom meeting room, you may use the chat box as a medium para maka-ask ng questions. For those viewers in our Facebook Live, you may use the comment section, and we have moderators that would magbabantay sa ating mga questions. Now, to move forward with our next speaker, may I request Ms. Angeli Cabajes to introduce our second speaker. Ma'am Angie. Ma'am Ange? Ma'am Ange? Mahina pa din po ang microphone. Pa-try daw, ma'am. Almost same lang, ma'am.
bachelor's degree in political science from the University of the Philippines, Cebu, a Bachelor of Laws from the University of San Carlos, and a Master of Laws in Human Rights.
Manj, we can't hear you.
Hello? How about this? Am I in mute?
Marinig, Ma'am Ange, but very mahina yung volume po.
Hold on. Ito, sir. Lakasan ko na lang po.
Sige, ma'am.
There you go. Okay. Our next speaker has a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of the Philippines, Cebu, a Bachelor of Laws from the University of San Carlos, and a Master of Laws in Human Rights from the University of Hong Kong. He had volunteered overseas, specifically in the United Kingdom and in the Republic of Vanuatu as consolidator of the English text of Vanuatu laws, and also as advisor to the Department of Foreign Affairs to get them on board the human rights treaties and conventions of the United Nations. Also, he worked as the senior advisor to the conflict-sensitive resource and asset management project of a federally owned company of the German government. He also served as a municipal councilor in Palumpon, Leyte, and as legal consultant in various government agencies and NGOs. Currently, he acts as the director of the Office of the Legal Affairs and as a regular faculty of the School of Law of the University of Southeastern Philippines. To speak about the topic, Anti-Sexual Harassment Law in Consolidation with Safe Spaces Act and Anti-Human Trafficking Law, let's all welcome our second speaker, Attorney Jesus Agora Villardo III.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Thank you
sir.
very much. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Sir Dan. Thank you, Ma'am Ange, for that very gracious introduction. I told Miss Rio to just introduce me as a friend, and that would have served the purpose. But thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. So I'll just share. You cannot start screen share while other participants is sharing. Okay. Miss Ray, can I share screen?
Yes, please.
Oh, there you go. All right. There you go. Can you see now my screen?
Yes.
All right. Sige. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'd like to say good afternoon to the university president. She was around earlier. And Ma'am Liz, the VP Administration.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Ma'am Liz. And of course, the GAD Director, Miss Rio, a dear friend. Thank you very much for having me. Suki na no, basta kini nga topic. And so nindot sad siguro mag-train ta sa sunod og mga uban no, aron may speaker. And colleagues in the university. Good afternoon, everyone. And also, you said earlier na ay taga Region 8. No, I'm very proud to say I come from the region, no, Region 8. So na ay taga Samar, na ay taga Tacloban. No, that's in Leyte, and that's where I come from. No, so but Cebuano ming aside, facing sa Cebu. So good afternoon, everyone. And so it's a quite daunting topic because there are so many standards. And when I say standards, mga laws, mga policies that are assigned to me this afternoon. And so let's have a look. Ano lang ni siya, murag scratching the surface, but we'll have time man for question and answer later on, no? If we still have time. We'll try to see. So I just go through the slides. I have 300 slides, joke. 30 lang ka slides. More or less. Ato lang padagana, no? Ang slides. Okay, sige. Thank you very much for having me here, Ms. Ria, no? So that's what I said earlier. And it's a pleasure, actually. As an office as well sa university that looks into the issue, no? Ang OLA, we partner with the GAD office together with the VPAD to ensure that the university is compliant with the standards, the procedures as regards sexual harassment, no? And all the relevant laws that we will be discussing later. So what do we promise to have at the end of this, I think 1 hour of sharing will be, let's go through the various policies, laws, and standards. What to do when confronted with these acts, no, that are prohibited under these laws and policies. And then let's try to have a commitment setting later on, no, for everyone, no, to stamp out sexual harassment. Now, the topic is entitled "To Joke or Not to Joke." Definitely, it is not a joke. If it is offensive, if it's unwelcome, if it's humiliating, if it's intimidating, there is no excuse on those. And so these discussions now and the discussions earlier, as well as those that will transpire no, afterwards, should guide us all sa atong behavior, no, towards sexual harassment or violence against women and girl children, so on and so forth. By the way, I have lifted most of these slides in the internet, so that there's so much information out there. And so I also encourage you all to just do you know, your share of asking also. Google lang, gawas na siya tanan. I would like also to say that some of the pictures are graphic, no? So pasensya if these are the pictures nga gidepict, but this will hopefully help us to go through the discussion. Okay. Here is another slide that shows over 5 years. It's 2016 ang latest, no, done by CNN Philippines, in terms of cases on violence against women. No? These are in fact acts prohibited under the revised penal code, defined by the revised penal code. Of course, we have already several laws amending rape, acts of lasciviousness, attempted rape, incestuous rape. No? It used to be rape as a crime against honor, no? Together with kanang slander by deed, kanang sagpaon ka sa face. No? So those are crimes under the title in the revised penal code as crime against honor. But later on, it was redefined. Rape now is defined as crimes against person, which actually means it's of the same category now as murder, homicide. Dili na lang kay honor, no? Di lang siya crime against honor, but crimes against person, which also means that other people can now file a case of rape, not necessarily the victim only. So we'll go through some of those discussions later on, but this is really to show ang trend, no, nga gadaghan siya all through the years. The next slide, ako din idakon. Okay, sorry about that. No? Ang next slide would show us ang pinaka-importante ani. These are infographics. Katong in relation to what Ma'am Lorna said earlier, nga during the pandemic, daghan ang wala na report posible, no? Ang daghan ang wala na report because basically of several reasons. Dili ta kagawa sa balay kay walay sana dili allowed, no? Ang kanang nasa ubos sa left side sa inyong screen, no? 50% of women did nothing after the incident. And that's still, I think that still holds true until now. Partly, according to the Supreme Court, in a long line of cases, it's because also of the culture, no, of the Philippines. Women do not wash dirty linens in public, ingon ng Supreme Court. And so, ang disposition sa korte, if somebody cries rape, ang tendency for the court is to really believe the victim, because by culture daw, ang practice nato is that we don't wash dirty linens in public as much as possible. Okay, other laws that might be of relevance, no, in our discussion would be ang katokong giingon ganina, ang revised penal code, no, possibly acts of lasciviousness. We'll discuss that more later. Kay base dili mosulod sa Republic Act 9262, sa VAWC law, kung dili mosulod sa sexual sa Safe Spaces Act, basig mosulod dito sa revised penal code, no? So and you will learn later nga dili na sila dili sila, one doesn't prohibit the other to be filed, no? Let's talk about that later. Okay. First nato nga itakol nga law, again, scratch on the surface lang, is Republic Act 9262, or the Anti-VAWC law of 2004. Very clearly, ang declaration sa policy in Section 2 of the Act, it says that state values the dignity of women and children and guarantees full respect for human rights. This is actually saying that women and men have equal rights. It is also the interest of the state to protect the family and its members, particularly women and children, or girl children. So, klaro kaya na sa policy, sa law. Ang violence against women as defined under the law, very important to note that kining second nimo nga pearl, no? Who is his wife, former wife, or with whom the person has. Meaning, the act prosecuted or declared unlawful under the law can be done actually, or can be perpetrated by another a person of the same gender, no, to the victim. So even in a man-to-man relationship or a gay relationship, can fall within this, no? So kung ang naa siya sa gay relationship, ang katong iyang partner can actually be prosecuted under the law. Take note of the definition of the crime, no? It can be against, the act can be against the child under her care, meaning not necessarily iyang biological child, which is likely to result in physical, sexual, psychological harm or suffering, or economic abuse, no? Meaning kaning i-withhold ang financial support. That's actually a form of violence, no? When I was with the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration sa Cebu, sa Region 7, most of the time, ang akong ginabuhat is to send out letters to kining mga OFW nga tuwa pa sa gawas kay wala na nagpadala og support, sa family support, na financial support sa ilang families back in the Philippines. So we remind them nga that's actually economic abuse na ilang ginabuhat. VAWC can be done mainly in four forms, no? Physical abuse. I got this from PNP Benguet, actually, nga Twitter account. Sexual abuse, emotional abuse, and then economic abuse. That's what we said earlier. You are not given support or even prevented from engaging in a economically rewarding nga endeavor. No? So if you're a woman nga ingnon ka sa imong partner ayaw pagtrabaho, otherwise that's economic abuse, in fact, right? Then the law also defined what is now called, legally defined what is now called battered woman syndrome. Now, it used to be, this is brought about by a case, it's known as the Hinosa case, which actually started from Leyte, no? From Ormoc. Nga, kini bitong a woman that is always exposed to patterns of psychological and behavioral battering in a relationship nga over time sa sige niya expose ana dili na siya, it's not normal anymore, no? And the law in fact gives this as a valid defense kung unsa iyang mabuhat, no, ang babae ngadto sa katong iyang husband nga or iyang partner nga batter niya. Yeah? So this is the first time nga gi-define legally ang battered woman syndrome, which before was just a murag an urban legend, no? And then a defense, no, available to those who are victimized sa VAWC. Then you have actually protection orders. The law also provides a way forward for those who are being victimized, no, under sa isa ka VAWC situation. So naigitawag ng mga protection orders. It can be issued by the barangay, which has a lifespan of 15 days. It can also be a temporary, we call it a BPO, or so dili lang ang BPO karon ka ng tawagan nimo, no, kung nakay kinahanglan sa kanang usual nato nga gihatag meaning sa BPO. It's also called barangay protection order. Naa kay temporary protection order, which is equivalent to 30 days or has a lifespan of 30 days. And the court can also issue a permanent protection order, which could be for a lifetime until such time it lifts as a court. So these are protection orders that victims can actually get, no, from the barangays, from the courts, as they seem fit sa ilang situation. Then we go to sexual harassment, no? Or Republic Act 7877. This is another social legislation for a marginalized sector, ang women, for them to be protected, no? That's the declaration of policy. Gi-highlight nako ang the fact nga it applies to students or those undergoing training, instruction, or education. So kung trainee ka, the law actually protects you. All forms of sexual harassment in the employment, education, or training environment are unlawful. So walay exception. Take note of the wordings, no, sa declaration sa policy. How can it be committed? Take note of this definition because later on we are going to compare it with the Safe Spaces Act. Unsay ilang difference, no, with the Republic Act 7877. So this can be done by who? Employer, employee. Take note, all of us in the university, teacher, instructor, professor, trainer, or coach. Kung ang setup, ang inyong relationship is coach nimo siya, ikaw ang athlete, no, let us say. So that also place you in that situation na posible mahitabo ang sexual harassment. One has authority, influence, or moral ascendancy. So it's very important to establish that, no, in the law sa sexual harassment. One demands katong dunay authority, dunay influence, dunay moral ascendancy, demands, requests, or otherwise requires. So maingon siya, sige, papasaron ka, teacher, papasaron ka sa subject basta musugot ka, mag-date sa ta. So or imo kong musugot ka nga unsa na mag-date, mag-dinner ta. Papasaron ka basta unsa man. 4 or kwarto. Ingon ng uban, no? Example daw. So, regardless, take note, regardless of the fact whether or not the demand, request, or requirement was accepted, no, by the victim. Regardless. So, whether nakuha niya or wala ang iyang gusto, it doesn't matter because the crime is already committed by the fact of somebody, masulod sa who, giunsa o niya demands, requests, or otherwise requires. Kung makasulod ana, the crime is already committed. Yeah. Take note that the crime of sexual harassment, as well as the others, no, Safe Spaces Act, violence against women and children, these are what we call in law as malum prohibitum. No, what does it mean? The crime, the act prohibited, is the crime itself. In other words, motive is irrelevant. You don't have to be asked, why did you do those acts? Nganong nag-sexual harassment man ka? Motive is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. No? When it is prosecuted, you will not be asked anymore. What led to this? No? Dili na relevant because the fact that the act prohibited was done is the crime already. Mo na ang malum prohibitum as opposed to mala in se or malum in se, which are crimes defined under the revised penal code. So ang take note ani basta special laws gali, special penal laws, usually they are malum prohibitum. Mayon gali ginadili na siya. No need of ascertaining motive why one did what he or she did. Okay? These are just examples, no? Or elucidations how sexual harassment can be committed. Take note that although it says workplace, it also applies to educational setup, no? Or even in a relationship nga ang context is religion, no? So between a penitent and the priest or the pastor in any case. So take note of that. Offering benefits for sexual favors, unwanted sexual advances, threats, no? And that's why Senator Rocco, when he was still alive, always said the importance of saying no. Because the moment one says no and the nagsige pa gyud continue ang katong giingnan ni Mogno, then that's sexual harassment already. Visual conduct, suggestive gestures, verbal conduct, no? Later on during the Safe Spaces Act nato nga discussion, you will know nga some of the more kanang para nato harmless nga mga acts are now being declared as unlawful. Physical conduct, of course, no? Touching, holding, no? Kana sa tanan, these could constitute sexual harassment. So this is an example, no? Domingo versus Rayala case decided by the Supreme Court in 2008. So the court had the opportunity to say that taking into consideration the whole thing, no, holding and squeezing Domingo's shoulders, running his fingers across her neck and tickling her ear, having inappropriate conversations with her, giving her money allegedly for school expenses, so on and so forth, unmistakably, no, had sexual overtones. Diba? So, giklaro lang sa Supreme Court o giunsa pagtanaw ang sexual harassment. So, it doesn't have to be orally or in writing, no? It can be done through actions, in fact. Mo na ang Domingo versus Rayala case. Now, under the law sa sexual harassment, it's not really about sex, no? The title of the law says sexual harassment, but sexual harassment is never about sex. It's about power. Now, mo tong importante ang element of moral ascendancy, di ba? One over the other. And the feelings or effect to the victim ang importante. It is not the intention of the perpetrator, but how the victim actually received the acts, no? Yun sa niya pag-take ang act at his or her end. Muna importante sa sexual harassment. Some of the more common forms of sexual harassment, no? Suggestive jokes, no? Kanang green jokes, staring or leering, unwelcome physical contact, intrusive questions, and these to a large extent na ay cultural any context. Some of us Filipinos dali ra kay ta mangutana, foreigner usually atong pangutonan, are you married? No, para sa ato murag wala lang na, but for them sometimes it could be an intrusive question, so we should be very careful about how we phrase, how we say, how we choose our words. Clearly, of course, campaign sa EU, it says sexual harassment is a form of violence. So it goes without saying, and I don't know if naapatay mo refute ana niya. Okay, Safe Spaces Act or the Bawal Bastos Law. Take note that in this law, more or less ang iyang declaration of policies is also to recognize the role of women in nation building and to ensure fundamental equity before the law of men and women or women and men. Diba? Mauna, no? Mga catcalling. These are mga actions, no? This started within Quezon City. Ang Quezon City mo yung unang ning adopt og ordinance. Ani nga mga acts, catcalling, wolf whistling, mga sexist slurs. Hi miss, ang ganda mo naman miss, sexy naman ang suot mo. These are statements with sexist slurs, no? Okay. You don't have to see all this, no? If the slides can be shared to others later on, I don't know if that's possible, Ms. Rio, but what I would like to show you here is the fact that in the law, kining Republic Act 11313, Safe Spaces Act gives very high penalties to all these offenses. So sa first degree, kanang red sa imong left, offenses, it can range from 1,000 fine up to 10,000 fine ang first offense, first degree offense. Ang second degree offense, it can reach up to 20,000 ang fine and 6 months imprisonment, no? Or both. Depende na sa sense sa court. Ang third degree offenses, moabot siya 100,000 ang fine. So 6 months up to 6 months ang imprisonment, no? So take note of these penalties. Take note of of course the acts that are prohibited and ang requirement, no? Sometimes you will be required to undergo gender sensitivity seminars. Pakita sa third degree offenses. So naadiha. And more importantly, under this law, unauthorized recording and sharing of any victim's photos, videos, or any information online. So ginadili ang kanang mo-lift ka og picture sa imong sa Facebook and then i-lift ang picture and then i-post somewhere. That's not without the consent, of course, no? By the owner of the picture. So take note of that. And the penalty can range from imprisonment of 4 years and 2 months to a penalty or a fine of 100 to 500,000 or both. So the law really imposes very high penalties, no, compared to other laws. Now, differentiating now Sexual Harassment Law and Safe Spaces Act, it is very important to note that the Safe Spaces Act expanded or expands the coverage in terms of who may commit sexual harassment. It can be committed by peers or subordinates even. So sa sexual harassment law, kinahanglan dunay moral ascendancy. Kinahanglan imong boss, imong amo, no? Kinahanglan teacher, student, no? But under the Safe Spaces Act, it can be committed now by a classmate against another classmate. Or puro mga estudyante, puro mga clerk in the office, no? Pwede na karon mahimo under the Safe Spaces Act, and it's still sexual harassment. Yeah. Where it can be committed, no? Before, limit lang ang public spaces to school, to katong under the but now it is expanded to other public spaces, streets, malls, even cyberspace. So it goes beyond, no, the usual educational, work-related venues. And then take note nga, pwede nimo i-invoke exclusively or together ang kining mga laws. That's what I said earlier. So if it doesn't qualify under sexual harassment, you can prosecute it under Safe Spaces Act, or even, as the law says, it could also intersect with the VAWC law. So kining tulo ka law can be taken all together, and then tan-awon og diin ning fall ang violations. So that's in fact what the GAD office and the Office of the Legal Affairs usually look into, kung asa ang mo allow or mo apply, nga law. And again, ang ikatulo, this kini nga mga laws na, no, sexual harassment, VAWC, Safe Spaces Act, including later on ang human trafficking, are separate and distinct crimes than those defined under the revised penal code. So pwede pa gyud mag-acts of lasciviousness kung mo constitute siya ana nga crimes. So take note of those very important points. Ang anti-trafficking in persons na ay older nga law, 2003, Republic Act 9208, which is now expanded, no? Republic Act 10364 in 2012. This is to highlight the idea really nga the act of human trafficking is a big thing, no? It's a big thing even at the level of the United Nations. So human trafficking is committed, no, by forcefully transporting or recruiting persons for the purpose of exploitation, which include prostitution or sexual exploitation, forced labor, slavery, or removal of organs. So naiusahay mga i-traffic, ang tuyo lang kay human organs. Kuhaon ng human organs. I-trade siya. How can it be done? Naay mga examples, no? I lifted this from SlideShare sa internet. So pwedeng child abduction, human cage, ibutang ang bata sa kulungan, no? Forced prostitution, forced labor, forced marriage, organ theft, selling baby, forced child beggar, kay bautananan ay mga sindikato na trafficking, no, using boat. So i-traffic through borders. Actually, ang expanded nga law takes into consideration international human trafficking. So these are the acts: recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, receipt of persons. Mao man na usually ang ginabuhat, no, from far-flung areas na imo adto, dili siya known sa community, moingon siya na i-offer nga trabaho. So recruitment. Actually, ang tuyo is i-bonded labor sila, di sila pagawso, no? I've experienced, but I had cases before nga inana sila, no, di sila kagawas sa isa ka brothel, no, and they were prostituted. Some of them were children. I used to be connected with an NGO, and we all do this kanang mga surveillance. So I have seen these things happen. Ang purpose is exploitation, prostitution, sexual exploitation, forced labor, no, as we said earlier. Actually summarizes as trafficking. So what to do? Ang contact nato within the university na ay GAD, we really ensure the confidentiality of the processes. God also facilitates this aron later on i-refer siya sa CODI nato sa university. And that's why I especially mentioned Ma'am Liz earlier, because Ma'am Liz actually is the chair of the committee on decorum and investigation nato sa university, sa CODI. And then we ensure immediate action and termination of the processes as much as possible. And of course, gender sensitivity. No? Ilahi siya nga pag-treat over other cases. So mao na ang focus sa atong GAD office and atong CODI, atong committee, no, sa CODI. For those mga interns, mga trainees, you always have the option of reporting first, no, sa unsa na nga mga panghitabo sa inyong mga supervisor. Na may mga internship coordinator atong mga colleges, so you always have that recourse also. So kung naay mga coordinators dinhi sa mga interns, take note, no, this is your responsibility. Pwedeng kamo pagali ang first line of defense, no, sa atong mga students, or even our colleagues, no, in the university. It is very important to underscore the fact that inaction on the part of the management of the university will result to solidarity liability. So, posible gyud mahimutang co-accused or co-defendant, no, kung administrative case ang i-file, kung dili na to aksyonan kini nga mga reports. Diba? So, kung dili mo fall under sexual harassment law, sa akong giingon ganina, or Safe Spaces Act, or Violence Against Women and Children, pwede gid siya mo fall under the Revised Penal Code. And what you can do is to report to the PNP Women's Desk, or file a complaint before the prosecutor's office, or you can in fact consult the Office of the Legal Affairs, or pwede po dito sa School of Law kung asa ka komportable, or the atong giingon ganina ang atong GAD focal person or director, si Miss Rio. Yeah, that's what we can do, or you can do immediately. Of course, sa atong university na ay mga tarpaulins for the specific contact details, no, sa atong GAD. That's part of the institutionalization of mechanisms, no, to make our school gender sensitive, no, or VAWC sensitive. Ang last na ko nga slide is for everyone, kung pwede, will raise your hand and we'll swear together, we'll promise that we will do something or not commit, no, sexual harassment, or do something about it, and we will not just be bystanders kung naay mahitabo, no. So can we all raise our hand and promise? Let's say this all together, no. You can in fact turn on your microphone if you can, and let's all say this together, no. Ang pledge nato to stamp out sexual harassment. Okay, let's do this together. State your name.
Robert John Pecte,
Will not commit sexual harassment.
Not commit sexual harassment.
Do it together. I will not connive with somebody or be part of any act constituting the same way.
In any way.
Should it come to my attention or be a witness of the same, I will ensure that it is made known so that it will not happen again. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you very much, Attorney Villardo, for touching on topics. Sorry about that. For touching on topics regarding what constitutes sexual harassment and how our state protects its people from sexual harassment. Now, at this juncture, may I ask the help of Mr. Francis Enriquinho to have our question and answer portion for the first two topics delivered by Ms. Lorna Mandin and Attorney Villardo.
Thank you, Sir Dan. Mapagpalayang araw ho sa lahat. I have actually few questions here, and rest assured po that there are no Miss Universe type of questions. For question number 1, this question is addressed to Ma'am Lorna. You mentioned earlier, Ma'am, that 1 in 3 women worldwide experience a physical or sexual violence, mostly by an intimate partner. And since po the outbreak of COVID-19, emerging data and reports from those on the front lines have shown that all types of violence against women and girls, particularly domestic violence, has intensified. So the question po is this: is the trend of suspects getting younger is true to other regions or countries? Again po, the question po is the trend of suspects getting younger is true to other regions or countries?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sir Franz. Yung observation po that suspects are getting younger in Davao City is specific to rape. Doon po sa rape cases na medyo alarming kasi dati 10 to 15 years yung age gap. Kasi 'di ba may power issue din sa sobrang bata at saka mature individuals. Pero alarming that in 2020, dumadami po because for the past several years, usually malayo yung gap ng victim at saka perpetrator on rape. But later, this year, napansin natin na medyo bumabata po ang age range ng mga suspects. But on domestic violence, usually kasi couple, no? Halos magkaedad sila. Usually peers yan mag-asawa, dating classmates or childhood friends, magkaedad. Similar po, although hindi talaga across worldwide, pero ang aking data is more on ASEAN, no, the 10-11 countries, no, at ating neighboring countries. Similar po ang kanyang statistics on di po malayo ang agwat ng perpetrator at ng asawang babae because they are couples. Usually, di magkalayo ang kanilang edad. Salamat, Sir Franz.
Thank you po, ma'am. There's another question here, and this is for Attorney Bong. Mayong hapon, Attorney. Ang question po, Attorney, is this.
Mayong hapon.
Can it be considered sexual harassment when someone comments on any social media platforms the word sexy or among others?
Yeah. That's why I said earlier, no? I mean, naagali ko'y, sige, di lang to na ko i-mention. That's why we really have to be very careful. Ang context, no? Itanawon ang unsay context. Among friends, siguro, kung dili mo reklamo ang katong to whom the comment is directed to, then maybe you're off the hook kay basig amigo, no? Di ba? Natay mga joke usahay sa atong mga amigo because of very close relationship na pwede ta, no? We can be ourselves, kumbaga. But if that will be taken in the context of a situation nga mag-sexual harassment, pasensya gyud kay, di ba? Ang intention of the one doing the act doesn't matter. It's how the other party actually accepts it. So mutong atong giklaro na nga kanang context, no, nga take note, once mo mabuhian na nimo imong action, imong words, no, even imo lang glances makita na, then mo ingon ang pikas, I'm not comfortable with it, stop it, and then you continue, that's already it, no, that's the crime itself. Yeah? Naala ko ihatag ng example, and okay raman siguro Ms. Rio will not mention names, na ako'y nakita nga picture nga kung imo kung tan-awon ang picture sa estudyante, gipicturean ang estudyante nga lahi gyud ba ang naglingkod ra gud ang estudyante, naglingkod lang siya, nya medyo open iyang legs, gipicturean Pero kung imong tan-aw ng picture, laway gid siya, dili nice. Ako gali nga nakakita lang sa picture, makaingon jud ko kini no, naagyud ning intention of sexually harassing ning kining estudyante. Kay the picture how it is rendered no, ang picture lahi gyud og dating. So mo nang conscious lang gid ta siguro Sir Francis no, kung may tagla sexy or something sa Safe Spaces Act, di ba? Ginadili na even catcalling. It used to be nga gina-consider siya as appreciation, di ba? Sexy samot og kiay ang babae kung kanang siwit-siwitan, but now that's already a crime, and so be conscious about that. We be guided accordingly, kumbaga. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you, Attorney. Ito naman po, a question po from a medical practitioner. So according to her, there was an early evidence po suggests that COVID-19 seems to hit men harder than women. So yung fatality rates for men and who have contracted COVID-19 are 60 to 80% higher than for women. However, as COVID-19 spreads around the world, the impact of the pandemic on women is becoming increasingly severe now. And we all know that women are leading the health response. Now, women make up almost 70% of the healthcare workforce, and then exposing them to a greater risk of infection. At the same time, women are also shouldering much of the burden at home. For example, giving school and childcare facility closures to their sons and daughters. Yung question po, pwede hong sagutin ni Attorney and ni Ma'am Lorna. Are there any local or national programs or support mechanisms for women at the core of the fight against COVID-19 crisis? Again po yung question, are there any local or national programs or support mechanisms for women at the core of the fight against COVID-19 crisis?
Sige. Ako, Sir Franz, mauna ako. Sa city, no, sa city in particular, yung data po natin, ang vulnerable or the ones mostly being infected, yung 20 to 29 males na age group. So sabi namin, pwede ba ma-extract ano yung 20 to 29? Graduate, students, employed, if workers, anong industries? Kasi pwede man siya 20 to 29, batanon bagong graduate or in school pa. We can assume na unsa ni sila attending social events or nag-inom-inom ba ni or gumagala or working in what industries. Yun hindi pa lumalabas kasi yun ang bagong labas na data na 2 weeks time 20 to 29 May. Similar din ang sunod niya ng majority ng pie 20 to 29 din na women. So sabi namin, pwede ba mas specify, mas madetalye yung demographics ng mga positive or itong mga patients na ito who turned COVID positive. Ano kaya ang pagkakaiba ng trabaho ng mga babae? Are they into reproductive roles? Or estudyante din? Or trabahante din ng anong industries? Now, about mortality, yung namamatay po, mas maraming lalaki, pero yung age group po na may comorbidities, may mga sakit pong iba. So older persons na mas marami po lalaki. So then sinasabi natin it can be verified no through studies, lifestyle ba or bakit ba ang mga lalaki are not wearing protective gears or kumpiyansa ba or whatever. No? It has to be proven by researchers or case studies. But offhand, yun ang mga data. Locally, ang ginagawa ng city na medyo bago is strengthening psychosocial support. We've launched mga hotlines kasi nga nakakabagot, nakakapraning, nakakawindang yung pagstay sa balay, no? Yung mental health effects matindi po. So yun ang ginagawa ng city. Meron ding mga universities and professional groups offering their services. So primarily, yun po ang innovation ng city. Although, as Babaeños in general, medyo ano din mataas din po ang level of cooperation, no? Yung nagti-TikTok, mga plantitos, plantitas, mga new recipes. So yun, nakakatulong din itong mga competitions online, mga banding ideas, gardening, farming techniques, para to ease boredom ba? Nasa bahay ka, so ma-recognize ang iyong mga ginagawa, sisikat ka, or meron kang compensation, meron kang premyo. So these are some of the efforts, and you know, the city is welcome if you have students or faculty or anyone in the university na meron pong magagandang ideas. The city is willing po to, you know, adapt, consider as we go to yung paths going towards new normal. Salamat po, Sir Franz.
Thank you po, Ma'am Lawrence. How about you, attorney? Do you have inputs din po regarding dun sa mga support or support mechanism po? Local or any national supports?
Not really much. I also agree to what Ma'am Lorna said earlier. No, mga NGOs, for example, that are offering psychosocial interventions, support. I even heard several nga kaning mga kaning mga support to mga SMSEs, ba? Kanang mga small and medium size enterprises, no? Na ay mga nag-offer na ang part sa context is ang pandemic. As support to families kanang kay nakit-an man nga ang mga babae usually does productive sa mga functions. So naay mga inana, no, mga big international organizations, no, naana sila yung mga gipang-extend nga mga support, recognizing dako nig impact ang pandemic sa mga kababaihan, no. So naapod na even children, no, girl children specifically, naapoy mga international organizations that are that have programs nga gina-address na nga issue. Yes, also the government. Well, you know already sa university nasa taana nga mga support, no, for everyone nga mo nga psychosocial, pwede ka nang naa ang atong guidance office, no, willing to process kung naamoy or kung share mo na sila to support that. And other aside from, di ba, what we have been doing also sa university na atay mga concert and very ano na siya, very good, no, for us during this time. Very interesting atong akong gi-attend last time nga seminar, gi-celebrate nato ang Universal Men's Day. So I would also like to commend ang university aton, which was really very good. The speaker was really very good. I told Miss Rio nga yes, women atong hatagag favor, but don't forget also nga ang gender sensitivity looks at equality between the sexes, no, or the gender. So kana importante pod na ma-recognize. So kana lang, Sir Francis. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you so much, attorney. Thank you din po, Ma'am Lorna. So far po, wala na ho questions with regards to previous topics po, no? I will give the virtual floor again to Sir Dan. Sir Dan?
Thank you, Sir Francis, for helping me moderate the question and answer portion. Really, it is amazing how a natural natural environmental factor, which is the COVID-19, affects society in such a way that it highlights more the narratives of sexual harassment, of rape, among others. Now, I just like to highlight what Sir Bong Villardo, Attorney Villardo, has mentioned, that we should really be just sensitive and just have that environment of respect para and conscious, and we do this consciously so that we can help eliminate really violence against women. Now, at this juncture, we would like to give the certificate of appreciation to our beloved speakers, the first two beloved speakers. Kent, may I ayun. So let me just read the citation. University of Southeastern Philippines, Obrero Campus Student Council, in partnership with Gender and Development Office, award this certificate of appreciation to Lorna B. Mandin for sharing her time and effort as resource speaker of the topic, Iha Ako Kickoff, Women's Voice Amid the Pandemic, during the forum on the 18-day campaign to eliminate violence against women with the theme, VAW-Free Community Starts With Me, held on 27th November 2020 via the Zoom platform. Given this 27th day of November 2020 via Zoom platform, signed by our university president. And for attorney, certificate of appreciation to Jesus A. Villardo III for sharing his time and effort as resource speaker of the topic, to joke or not to joke, Anti-VAWC law, anti-sexual harassment law in consolidation with the Safe Spaces Act and anti-human trafficking law during the forum on the 18-day campaign to eliminate violence against women with the theme, VAW-Free Community Starts With Me, held on November 27, 2020, given this 27th day of November 2020 via this Zoom platform, signed also by our university president. So to all the participants, give our virtual round of applause to our first two speakers. Thank you very much for your knowledge and wisdom with the 18-day VAW campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Ms. Rio. Thank you, Ma'am Lawrence.
Salamat!
Thank you so much. As I have been told, meron daw tayong konting health break for us to breathe and absorb what has been given to us, the inputs of our speakers. We will be back in a short while.
Thank you, Ma'am Lorna and attorney.
Isa pa yan, Rio.
Thank you, Ms. Rio. Thank you. Welcome.
Ang audio.
Chong, pasipol-sipol, mga manong sa labas. Pagpigil at gumalang, kaya ikaw sara bibig, kundi maganda ang lalabas.
Pare, ang catcalling ay isang uri ng sexual harassment. Di biro ang sexual harassment at di nakakamacho ang pang-aabuso.
Kaya ikaw sara bibig, kundi maganda ang lalabas.
Isang paalala mula sa Philippine Commission on Women.
Chong, pasipol-sipol, mga manong sa labas. Pagpigil at gumalang, kaya ikaw sara bibig, kundi maganda ang lalabas.
Pare, ang catcalling ay isang uri ng sexual harassment. Di biro ang sexual harassment at di nakakamacho ang pang-aabuso.
Kaya ikaw sara bibig, kundi maganda ang lalabas.
Isang paalala mula sa Philippine Commission on Women.
Hi everyone, we are back. I hope everyone is still attentive after the two speakers. Now, at this juncture, let's continue and move forward. May I call on again Miss Angelica Bajes to introduce our next speaker, Ma'am Angie.
Thanks again, Sir Dan. I hope you can hear me better this time.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you better this time.
Yay! All right. So to proceed, our next speaker is a seasoned development worker with a degree in BS Development Communication from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and a Master's of Development Administration from USEP. She has been involved in the human-centered design process led by John Hopkins Center for Communication Programs and USAID's Reach Health Project. And she also worked closely with the youth and their allies to create solutions that address their needs. Her current involvements are on the promotion of adolescent healthy behaviors, prevention of unintended teenage pregnancies, and gender-based violence, especially in this time of COVID-19. Currently, she is the Social Behavior Change and Gender Officer for Mindanao of USAID's Reach Health Project, focusing on family planning, maternal and neonatal health innovations, and capacity building platforms. To speak about the topic, Maria Clara and the Short Shorts, the concept of consent and their safe spaces. Let's all welcome our third speaker, Ms. Lucille Dagpin Galicia.
Daghang salamat. Maayong hapon sa tanan, no? Isang mapagpalayang araw sa lahat. So, thank you so much for this privilege to be able to speak on this online forum and sharing the platform also with very well-respected resource persons. And thank you, USEP GAD, Ma'am Rio, USEP Obrero Campus Students Council, teachers, students, and listeners. I'm very much honored to share my thoughts on this very interesting topic, Maria Clara and the Short Shorts, the concept of consent and their safe spaces. And let me share my screen with you. Okay. So this is what I'm going to discuss for this afternoon. So very simple lang ang outline, ang pag-uusapan natin about Maria Clara, the concept ng clothes of Filipinas. Ano bang nasa short shorts? There should be no blurred lines when we talk about consent, and safe spaces as negotiating differences and challenging oppression, and also knowing and acknowledging that vow can occur anytime, anywhere, and to anyone. And also, ending vow is everyone's business. Okay, for starters, can you please, if you are using your phones, smartphones, you can try to slido.com. So type slido.com in your browser, and type the code 31688. But if you can't do this, you can also type your answers in the chat box dito sa Zoom. Okay, so what does short shorts mean to you? Okay, I'll stop my sharing and share my other screen. Sige, I'll give you about a minute to answer. Okay, ano yung short shorts for you? Okay, I'm opening the poll. What does short shorts mean to you? Meron ba? Type nyo lang po yung slido.com. Pwede nyo rin pong i-scan ito, QR code. No? Sanay na tayo sa QR code, no? You can scan this QR code and it will take you directly to this poll, slido.com. But, oh yan, may lumalabas na. Thank you. Oh, it's empowering. It's of course a choice. Skimpy daw yung short shorts. Ayan. Okay, meron pa? Mag-timer nga ako. Sige. It's a means of expression. Oh, it's a piece of clothing. Ano pa? It's a choice. Okay. Ayun, may lumalabas pa. It's liberating. Oh, liberated daw for some. It's an apparel. Oh, clothing apparel. Ayan, dumadami. Thank you. Comfortable. Ayan, dumadami. Aba, iba-iba yung mga sagot, no? Kasi the more people lumalabas, ayun. So, ibig sabihin, the word comfortable, mas maraming sumagot, kaya mas lumaki yung word. It's also a means of expression. Yun, lumalaki din yung word na means of expression. So, two words stand out, comfortable and means of expression. Sige. I-close muna natin yung poll na ito at I'm happy sa inyong mga sagot. Okay, so let's move on to the next question actually. Next question. Should Filipinas wear short shorts? Kasi ang topic natin, di ba, Maria Clara and the short shorts. So, should Filipinas wear short shorts? Why? Ay, may why. Doon tayo mahirapan sa why. Pero pwede rin naman, it could be yes or whatever answer you'd like. The same lang na code, ha? Of course, if that is their choice. If they want, they have the liberty to do so. Yan, choice. Lumalabas yung choice. The lady's choice. It's their choice. Of course, why not? Yan, yes. Yan, lumalabas yung mga answers. If you're a strong woman, you don't need permission. Kung strong ka. It's just a piece of clothing. Yan, it's also a choice. So I think lumalabas dito maraming mga sagot, no, on choice. Kung i-word cloud natin ito, choice talaga lumalabas doon. Sige. So tingnan ko nga rin sa chat box, may dalawang lumabas. Wala pala. Thank you sa mga nandito. Okay? So daghang salamat. Liberty, choice. Philippine has the right to do so. Meron din, if it's appropriate, sure. Yan, we'll also talk about ano ba yung proper, no? Kasama yan sa concept na pag-uusapan natin. Okay, sige, maraming salamat. I'm so happy with your responses. All right, let's go back. I will go back to the main screen. Ayan. Alright. So maraming salamat sa mga sagot ninyo and you are the Filipinas of today. So yun yung mga sagot niyo dito sa second question din. Why not? It's their choice. It's just a piece of clothing, 'di ba? At depende rin kung appropriate. So eto, kilala niyo siya? So sabi niyo nga kanina, okay lang naman, no? It's their choice. So I guess kilala niyo siya. Kilala rin to ng mga anak ninyo, ng mga young kids. Siya si, si Dora. No, so she's very adventurous looking. No, she can go anywhere she wants, no? Meron pa siyang map and a backpack. So, she's very adventurous. So, that's just Dora. So, this afternoon, since we're talking about concept of Maria Clara, about the short shorts, if we can go back, it's all about the orange shorts na which Dora is also wearing. So, sino ba si Maria Clara? Enter Maria Clara. So, yan yung concept natin talaga ng Maria Clara. So, time travel muna tayo, no, a little bit and zoom in sino si Maria Clara. So I guess yung mga students these days aren't required to read no Limitangere anymore. Actually we weren't required na rin in my school before yung mga works of Jose Rizal. So sino are you still familiar with Maria Clara? Sino ba siya? So I guess kahit papano we have an idea of sino si Maria Clara. So siya yung heroine ni Jose Rizal sa Noli Me Tangere, yung one of his famous writings. Sabi, she was the ideal image, the epitome of virtue, di ba? She's so demure and self-effacing. Parang okay lang ako. Yung pahipi lang yun ba? And she's endowed, yun ang kanyang plus points, endowed with beauty, grace, and charm. She was promoted by Rizal as the ideal image of a Filipino woman who deserves to be placed on the pedestal of male honor. Ingon ni Wikipedia, pedestal of male honor. She was further described as an oriental decoration. Oh no, with downcast eyes and a pure soul. So laging nakatingin sa baba, hindi makatingin ng diretso. So do you notice anything, something here? So I believe back then, si Maria Clara, she was better seen than heard. So mas makita ka lang, dyan ka lang sa tabi. Sorry, hindi ko na-click. So she was better seen than heard, si Maria Clara. So, anyway, so let's go back to the present times. So, marami nang nangyari since then, no? 2020 na nga ngayon eh. A lot of things have changed but not quite. Now, let's take a look at itong mga modern Filipina heroines natin or yung concepts behind these images. So, sino to? In 2019, siya si Mary Joy Tabal. Siya yung pride of Barangay Guba, Cebu City, who first made history when she emerged as national champion of the Milo Marathon for 6 consecutive years. Nagkaroon siya ng ika-6 na crowns, no? Yung 6th crown niya, it came as a bittersweet moment kasi yun yung pagkamatay ng kanyang tatay nung in the evening of that race na sinalihan niya. Way back in 2016, siya yung nakaset ng Philippine record sa women's marathon. At hindi lang sa Pilipinas, she was also competing in other international events. And of course, she won. So, and then also recently, I guess lumalabas din to sa social media feed ninyo, siya of course, kilala nyo siya, si Nadine Lustre na nag-cosplay as Josie Rizal sa Tekken. It's an arcade game. Hindi pa ako nakalaro niyan. But I also play online games sometimes. So, so far, let's not get into the discourse about this game's character, no? But, and then also, sa ating Philippine cinema at saka comics din noong unang panahon, we have this popular Darna na character, no? Bidang-bida si Darna. At maraming mga artista, sino ba yung mga, ayun, si Vilma Santos pa nga, yung una. So, maraming nag-portray sa role ni Darna. But, tingnan natin, what do they wear in common? Skimpy. Meron silang freedom of movement. Pwede silang manipa. So, ano ba? Do they look like a winner? Do they look cool or powerful? Or mukha ba silang bastusin? No? Bastusin ba sila? So, these tiny pieces of fabrics have their form or function. No? So, for athletes, it affords them more freedom of movement. And so, with my teenager na anak, she feels more comfortable wearing shorts at home. Siyempre, bahay lang naman din. And for cosplayers also, actually, they don all sorts of costumes. And they look okay. So, it's also for self-expression. No? Lumalabas din sa poll natin kanina. Or their way to embody their favorite character. So, we even cheer whenever Darna transforms into Narda after swallowing yung big rock, ang laking bato. Bato. Ding, ang bato. So, I see the resemblance of that big rock as a major obstacle that Darna has to overcome to transform into someone very strong. She can dodge bullets and even fly. But, and still, our concepts of clothes are still influenced by our perceptions as these are also based on our culture and the prevailing norms. So, and as I showed this picture, itong mga pictures na to, ng mga babae. So, sa aking 10-year-old kid. And, tinanong siya, ano yung naisip mo na about this short shorts? Sabi niya nga ito eh. Clothes are just pieces of fabric. This may or may not define you. O, diba? Ano na ba yung millennial pa ba yan? Zillennial? So, at 10 years old, anong generation na sila ngayon? So, still, what's with short shorts? So, does it create discomfort? Kanino? So, whose discomfort? To the wearer or to the one who is seeing it worn by another? Anong klaseng discomfort? What kind of discomfort? Ano ba? Masakit sa mata? Hindi bagay? O ano? Yes, we Filipinos, we have our concepts of hiya, like nakakahiya ang suot, or lugar, like matuto kang lumugar, or referring to your place in society, or ilagay mo naman sa lugar, or referring to the occasion or place. So we do have concepts of what is proper based on current norms, and the principle of right action binding upon the members of a group serving to guide, control, or regulate proper and acceptable behavior. So, yung topic natin is violence against women and children. And we often hear the question, ano pala yung suot mo? What were you wearing? Lalo na nung nangyari yung violence, yung rape. So, this is a very troubling question when asked of rape victims after they are abused. So, actually, I was also asked the same when I shared my story of sexual harassment. So I also have my own piece of experience. So while the question puts responsibility on the victim and adds to the trauma of their experience, merong exhibit actually na pinapakita. It aims to dispel the myth na yung sexual assault is caused by a person who is looking provocative at saka are they asking for it? Yung magsuot ng skimpy clothes. So, this next slide, actually napakita na rin ito ni Ma'am Lorna. What she showed earlier was the exhibit in the University of Kansas, what you wore exhibit. In the Philippines, last year, meron ding similar exhibit. It's the exhibit on Don't Tell Me How to Dress. So, this features representations of the clothes na sinuot ng mga Filipinas. They're called Filipina survivors. Nung sila ay na-sexually harassed or abused, it shows yung disturbing reality na posible anyone can be a victim. Yung ito on the third picture, it's a toddler. No? Toddler's clothes na rape. So there's a story about it. Actually, the links to these sources are shown in my slide. So rape is an act of violence and control yung perceived attractiveness of a victim has very little to do with it. So, itong exhibit na to, it's an exhibition nung 11 Filipina survivors. Ano yung sinuot nila nung nangyari sa kanila yung harassment at saka pang-aabuso. So, yung clothes na to, pinapakita lang dito na it challenges yung destructive belief na kung ano yung sinusuot ng babae, yun yung dahilan kaya daw siya na-assault. But no, pinapakita yung exhibitors na sana ma-break natin yung stigma na to na yung sexual violence is never the victim's fault. And with each outfit is the true and chilling story of its owner. O yun, na-mention kanina yung sa catcalling, workplace harassment, sa school, child molestation, pati mga date rape. So, itong mga assaults na to, in all forms and every day, nangyayari ito. And personally, I also have my own stories. Like growing up, I never thought of myself as the girly type nor particularly attractive. Narinig ko na rin yung kulot-salot, di ba? Pero kulot now is the trend. So I was one of the boys, so to speak. So during elementary days, I was on my way to school at nakita ako ng male exhibitionist, no, showing off his private parts sa isang sagingan. So, syempre, na-frozen ako. Nanigas din ako for a few seconds, pero I managed to run. Nakatakbo ako. And in college, sakay ako sa jeep. Merong isang lalaki na itinaas talaga, sinadyang itinaas yung kanyang shorts at ipinakita yung kanyang dimly lit private parts. And then I thought magkaka-stiff neck ako sa, yun, ayaw kong tumingin eh. So I thought magkaka-stiff neck ako. And then, eto pa, when I became a young government worker, so I was so full of ideals, kakagraduate lang eh, with full of the para sa bayan na mantra. But then, I was not able to foresee that some influential men, they tried to impose their power over me and made sexual advances. So, most often, overtly. Hindi nahiya, no? May power sila eh. So, I cried buckets, full of disbelief that those people that I have looked up to, they looked down on me as a young girl for sexual exploitation. I felt so small and insignificant, degraded. So, I turned to educate myself. Ang dami kong binasa. So, I turned to educate myself so that I can understand what happened. And since no one knows what to say to me or how to offer help, I remember, actually, it was my auntie. She said, my auntie ha, yun siya, nagunsa day ka, unsay magisuot, nga naman naharas man ka. So, auntie ko yan ha. And I was shocked too with their question. So, that time, yung Anti-Sexual Harassment Act of 1995 was just 5 years old then. So, it was year 2000. So, sabi dito yun, clothes don't really matter in sex crimes. Wala yun sa damit. So, it's 2020 now. And at least now we have this 18-day campaign on VAWC. Sa UN, sa United Nations system, it's just 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Pero sana, pwede gani itong gawin na daily struggle, no? Kasi it's a daily struggle in challenging these oppressive norms. And hopefully, and gradually, we are making some noise, getting our voices heard, our experiences brought to light. And there's also this Me Too movement and Iha Ako na nilaunch din kanina ni Ma'am Lorna. But it does not end here. There's still a long way to go and the shorts issue is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay, so eto pa, for participation, the same link po. Ano yung what is consent to you? Pwede po tayong pumunta ulit sa Slido. Ano mga ba yung consent para sa inyo? Okay, I'll share ulit my other screen. Okay, so let me hear or let me see you type your answers. This time, we're going to talk about consent. Ano ba yung consent? Consent for you, pagpayag. The word yes. Sige, dagdagan pa natin. Giving authority over you. Authority. Sige. Ano pa? Equivocal assent. Wow, big word. Giving permission. Ano pa? Confirmation. Sige. Mandagdagan pa? What is consent? Ano yung consent para sa'yo? Agreement. Ayan. Sige, I'll count to 10. Baka meron pang madagdag. Uy, lumalaki ang word na agreement. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, wala nang nadagdag. A mutual understanding. Yan, thank you. So, lumabas ito sa ating word cloud. Ay, lumaki rin ang mutual understanding. Dapat pareho kayong nagkakaintindihan and agreement. Yeah, thank you very much for your answers and sharing your thoughts on your view of what is consent. Okay, I'll go back to my main presentation. Okay. So, yun yung mga concepts of consent. Yes, you are right, no? Okay. Ayan. Sabi pa sa UN, ito yung GIF ng UN. Consent, dapat may multiple parties are agreeing with each other. May yes. It's also concept of human right, respect. Yan. So, that's consent. Ang sabi pa dito, it's simply put na yung consent is permission for something to happen or an agreement to do something. So, kailangan ng respect and communication. Tapos, it's also important na yung mga kabataan natin, our children should also learn about consent from an early age. So, it could lead to better relationships with family, friends, peers, and eventually romantic partners. So, actually, this is also related dun sa pinakita ni Ma'am Lorna na yung violence nga, it starts from the home, from childhood. And the same also with consent na ang bata ay turuan din while they are at a young age. Kasi later on, when they grow up, they will know the difference. So, an example of talking about consent with young children, for example, practice with the children, with your child, ano yung pwedeng lang sabihin, and anong pwedeng gawin kung nasa situation na they don't feel comfortable. And another is, encourage natin yung bata to speak up if something doesn't feel right. Parang it's something off. Bakit it's off, doesn't feel right. And another is, encourage the child to ask for consent. Hingin yung consent. For example, ask first kung pwede bang mag-hug ng someone. Like, can I hug you? No? Can I hug you? And then also, teach your child to respect no messages. So, sinabing no, no means no. Hindi yon maybe or papakipot ka lang. Diba? So, consent includes knowing and respecting a person's own boundaries as well as the boundaries of others. And understanding consent means that a person has the skills to leave a situation that doesn't feel comfortable and respects when other people want to do the same. So, ang consent din, this also extends to online interactions at saka relationships. Actually, sabi pa nga kasama sa parang ethics din in online meetings is pag aalis ka, magpaalam ka raw. And yan, may asking for consent to leave. So it also extend to sexting, no? Sending, receiving, and sharing content online such as photos and videos. So that's consent. Sabi pa dito, there are no blurred lines daw pag consent. Hindi yung maybe. Sinabing no, maybe, papakipot lang. No, there are no blurred lines in consent. Base din dito sa ginawang first national baseline study on violence against children in 2015, sinasabi pa dito na there's 1 in every 5 children age 13 to 17 years old nakaranas sila ng sexual violence. Na 124 sa lahat ng respondents na-experience yung forced consummated sex during childhood. So, rape yon. And then, ang perpetrators are often family members. At saka, more boys than girls reported experiencing sexual violence. Yun, hindi lang VAWs, hindi lang women, no? Pati pala boys. And just last month, October 1, 2020, yung Senate panel natin, may inapprove sila na proposed measures in raising the age of sexual consent from 12 to 16 years old. Kasi currently, ang Pilipinas, ang current age of consent dito sa atin ay 12 years old. So it's one of the lowest in the world. Ang nanalo lang dito yung Niger, no? Yung country of Niger with the lowest 11 years old sa kanila yung age of consent, sexual consent. So sabi ng mga senators natin na this could lead, kung mababa daw kasi yung age of sexual consent, this leads to the exploitation of many Filipino boys and girls. And it also means na anyone who has sexual contact with a minor, not younger than 12 years old, parang currently has no liability under the law if the minor says the act was consensual. So pag sinabi ng bata na below 12 years old na, I consent, pumayag ako, so parang off the hook na sila. Na parang ew. Okay. So, here are still some infographics about age of consent na nakuha ko rin from Assort Edge. It's a media organization na they specialize in contextual reporting and explanatory journalism. Ang sabi dito, age of consent is the ito yung time, legal age na ang isang bata, adolescent, at a certain age is seen competent to consent to sexual activities. So, kung sino daw yung maka-violate ng law na ito, pwede silang ma-prosecute under statutory rape laws. So, kung i-raise yung age of consent to 16, only by that time na kung below pala the age of 16 at pag na-approve na yung law na raising the age to 16 as the age of consent, posibleng maka-file ng statutory rape. Ngayon, ano yung sexual consent? Agreement to participate in a sexual activity. Pero kailangan pa itong ma-prove, diba? Talagang pumayag o na-coerce lang. And then, how age of consent is determined? So, it varies depende sa country to country. Yung global average mean is 16. So, makita nyo nga dito sa right, on the right na infographic, yung Bahrain. Bahrain, they have the oldest age of consent at 21 years old. Thus, this is followed by South Korea. Ang Philippines, andito, sa baba, sa Asia ito so it means tayo yung pinakababa na age of consent. And yung anak ko ngayon na 10 years old, I just couldn't bear such thoughts na yun, in 12 years old, pwede na yung age of consent. Parang hindi ko kayang isipin yan. Okay, more still about age of consent. So let's be clear also na yung age of consent is different from age of marriage. Kasi maraming, di ba, iba-ibang culture, even in the Philippines. So in some instances, may mga bata na as early as 9 years old, pwede na nga silang ipa-marry off to other families. Yung buya, di ba, yung buya. Arranged marriages. So, matawag pa rin silang child marriages. Pero yung mga laws, they vary on the age wherein sexual relations can begin. But we know that generally, yung mga girls who marry as children, they still live a disadvantaged life. So, they will drop out of school, madalas nahihiya, at dahil kailangan nila mag-alaga ng bata, and they have lesser chances to return to school at ipagpatuloy yung kanilang pag-aaral. Although marami na rin namang ginagawa yung DepEd na they really reach out to those nag-drop out sa school. Pero sa ngayon, with the pandemic, mas lalong naging mahirap yung ganyang mga setup. And itong mga child marriages na to, they're more likely to have pregnancy and birth-related complications. And also mortality. Posibleng madali silang mamatay. Hindi pa kasi ready yung kanilang katawan. At saka yung rapid repeat, they're likely to give birth to more children than women who marry older. And abortion is still illegal in the Philippines. Tapos, ang mga minors natin, ito pa yung concept ng parental consent para maka-access sila sa contraceptives. So, kasama pa rin yun sa na-find out din namin with this project na ito ay isang somehow naging barrier, yung parental consent. Na ang dami, tumataas talaga yung teenage pregnancies, pero itong mga kabataan, they couldn't access contraceptives easily kasi kailangan din ng parental consent at nagkakaroon ng hiya, ganyan, nahihirapan. So we hope that the passing of this bill increases the age of consent. It could also have an impact to the social emergency na na-report nga ng PAPCOM this year. Sabi pa nga ng PAPCOM na, about 40 to 50 girls between the ages of 10 to 14, they give birth every week. Ang dami niyan. Or about 2,600 young girls get pregnant every year. So, parang it's really a social emergency, ang teenage pregnancy. Alright. So, more on consent. We have this GIF also from UN. No? Maybe it's not consent. Ang pagpayag mo noon, yung past consent, is not consent now. So, yan. So, lawmakers and women organizations argue that raising the age of consent, sana makadagdag siya na bumaba yung teenage pregnancy natin. Kasi yung sexual activity with individuals below 16, yun nga, matawag na siya as statutory rape. At pangalawa, yung COVID-19 pandemic, and nasa bahay lang, school from home, it made children more vulnerable to sexual abuse and exploitation kung ang kanilang exploiters and perpetrators are with them. Sabi pa ng Salinlahi Alliance for Children's Concerns, they said this na yung isang 12-year-old na bata, he or she cannot in any way properly discern abuse and consequently cannot adequately defend herself or himself from such. So sana magkaroon ng higher age of consent and therefore will help protect Filipino children from sexual predators na posibleng lalapit sa kanila whether in person or online. And sana rin we must continue to provide spaces for such conversations, mapag-uusapan natin yung mga bagay na ito and share our perspectives para sa kanilang future. It will help young people broaden their horizons. Actually, lumabas din sa study namin na madalas kasi sa kabataan, yung YOLO, they only live for the moment. Marami sa kanila hindi na naiisip yung ano yung future nila, what will happen next. So, sana we need our children to develop this critical thinking and not just follow na don't have sex and you will be okay mindset. Kasi parang kulang yan. There's really a gap in that mindset. Alright. And what we can also do, FYI lang, for your information, na ang short shorts is not the problem. No, short shorts aren't the problem. At saka yung mga women, yung mga babae, we deserve that freedom that men have to choose what we want to wear sans the consequences. So instead of victim blaming or slut shaming, we must address the problem directly by educating the men and women, kasama yung auntie ko, in our lives about consent and safe space. So we've been chasing kasi a band-aid solution na it has never worked before in the first place. So parang band-aid lang, pero hindi naman talaga yung solusyon pa. There's also nothing wrong about attempting to help women feel good about themselves, yun na, self-expression. It's also kasi maganda pang legs or show off the way they dress by creating safer spaces for them to express themselves. Kasi women also deserve the freedom and pwede silang maglakad sa mga streets na they feel safe and ayun, as they grow up, they feel safe and don't suffer anymore these consequences na sana naman ay na-avoid. But do mind na meron din namang mga places na may dress codes and codes of conduct. So, for example, wearing shorts or wearing skimpy clothes on a beach is fine kasi nasa beach ka naman. Pero if you're at school at nakasaad naman talaga, 'di ba, diyan sa USEP may nakasaad diyan sa gate yung dress code or at work or pati sa church, no? It's already a different story. 'Di ba? Yun na yung mga concept of what is proper. Kasi may pinag-agrihan na rin naman ano yung dress code. So, eto, dito na lang sa chat box natin sa Zoom. Ano naman yung safe space to you? Ano yung concept nung what is safe space? Actually, napag-usapan na rin naman natin earlier. Ano nga ba yung safe space? Kasi when we talk about consent, we were also talking about safe space. Sorry. Nauna ko. Okay, I will ano ba to? I will look in the chat box. Not saying no. Yun pa yung nakita ko. So, what is safe space to you? Ano ba yung concept ng safe space? Outer space? What is safe space po para sa inyo? Anybody home? Freedom from any forms of harm. Yes, thank you. When you feel safe and secure. Thank you. A space where you feel uncomfortable and secure. Feel comfortable and secured. An environment that does not judge. An area where one has no fear of being themselves, yes. And being able to express myself without any harm or danger. Yes, thank you very much sa inyong mga sagot. Meron pa ba? Yan. Thank you very much sa inyong mga sagot. So, I guess you can still key in your answers to my question, but I will move on to my next slide. Right, thank you. So, yung safe space, ito, I also found this on the net. Itong inverted pink, fuchsia pink triangle at nasa loob ng isang green circle, yan daw ay symbol ng safe space. So, yan, it's a definition no, by Merriam-Webster. But safe space, yung konsepto ng safe space, it dates back to the late 20th century. Yung mga women's movement, no, nagsimula ito. Pero posible sa panahon ngayon, it has been used in many different contexts. So sa historical and merong tinatawag na historical and contemporary safe spaces, may tinatawag na separatist safe spaces daw in women's, yung mga anti-racist at saka feminist communities. Meron din yung inclusive daw na safe space such as in classrooms. So, ang gusto lang ding iparating dito is yung safe space, it should be understood na hindi siya static daw and a contextual notion between safe or unsafe. So, parang may binary. So, rather, through the relational work of cultivating them. And we should also note, according to Rowstone Collective, Ito yung paper, Safe Space Towards a Reconceptualization. Yung safe space daw is never completely safe. Oh, kasi kahit may ganyan, we still encourage yung critical cultivation of safe space as a site for negotiating differences and challenging oppression. Kasi merong iba naman na, safe space, hindi na ako pwedeng magsalita din ng aking dissent. No? So, it's continually a negotiated space. A safe space is also a negotiated space. So, yung understanding natin ng safe space, it is actually inherently paradoxical. So, yung cultivating them includes foregrounding yung social differences and binaries between safe, what is unsafe, or inclusive, exclusive, at saka yung recognize natin yung there's a thin porous line between these binaries. And we also need to renegotiate yung binaries na kasi it's necessarily incomplete kasi. Kasi ito nga, it's never completely safe and we have to continually negotiate yung differences at saka challenging oppression. Otherwise, one group may tend to overpower another. So, yun, oppression na rin ang tawag doon. Now we have this attorney, director kanina discussed this, Attorney Villardo, yung Safe Spaces Act. So sabi pa nga in an article that I read, safe spaces follow persons, so whether you are in a private or public space, place. So you have a safe, inviolable space around your body that can only be entered with your consent, online or offline. But I know you are all aware na actually a top government advisor on regional gender and governance, si Socorro Reyes pa, during the 11th State of the Presidency Forum sa UP Diliman noong July, sabi niya na itong panahon na ito, there's no other time that women have been subjected to shaming, humiliation, harassment with immunity and impunity by a sitting president than now. So indeed, alam natin and we are aware na he has made many, di ko na mabilang, tingnan lang natin sa news, many controversial remarks about women which many groups find to be misogynistic or sexist. And recently, this week lang din, actually this morning ko nabasa, yung Commission on Human Rights also called out about these sex jokes as insulting to women and should instead focus on making the government's typhoon relief and recovery efforts more inclusive. So, it's wrong. Diba? So, sexual harassment indeed can occur anytime, anywhere, and to anyone. So, it's common as the cold, no? It's as common as the cold, sabi pa. Hopefully, hindi siya mag-lead to COVID. And also, sexual harassment constrains women's freedom of movement, both in terms of status and place. Lack of freedom of movement in space causes lack of freedom of movement in status. Sabi ng social philosophy today, this is also the virus of this crime. It comes in many forms, like sexism, power relations, psychological factors, moral and cultural values. Pero it also depends on each situation, kasi each case is nevertheless a violation of human rights. At saka, pati nga yung language that we use, they can also perpetuate sexual harassment. Actually, I remember one student sabi niya na, yung word na chicks, sabi niya, ginagamit niya ang word na chicks. O chicks kaayo, pag maganda daw, good looking. No? Yung good looking lang na mga females. At sabi ko sa kanya, na yung analogy kasi ng mga chicks at saka cats, ito yung mga tiny little words na most often wrongly used, na it gets into the subconscious. Kasi di ba yung chicks, young chickens, very helpless. So they become the prey for the predator cats. No? Bihira lang naman siguro paglaruan ng cats and chicks. Kasi predator talaga. So the chicks become the prey for the predator cats to snack on, and then there goes gender violence. And then according also to the Philippine Council of Women, yung violence against women, it also serves as men's expression of control over women in order to preserve their power. So, ang Philippines, it ranks 8 worldwide in gender equality based on the 2018 Global Gender Gap. It also shows na yung traditional roles in the Philippine society, we still expect men to be the leaders and providers, and women to be their nurturers and supporters. Pero for as long as these mindsets dominate, yung mga babae, women are seen as existing solely to serve men. Magsisilbi lang ba? So with this mindset kasi, the Filipinas risk living in a society that allows men to view women as objects for their use, so objectifying women, rather than as autonomous human beings worthy of respect. So in 2017, we have this NDHS, so yung National Demographic and Health Survey. Ayan, makikita nyo dito sa infographics yung several forms of violence against women and children. Madalas na spousal violence by husbands dahil na hubog sila, na sobraan og inom. So back then in 2017, the numbers are already alarming. So last year actually, may data na obtain ang PSA. Ito, if you can follow this news sa Business Mirror. And Business Mirror got their data also from our government agencies. The PSA obtained data from the PNP and the SWD, and it shows this number of cases of violence against women and children and GBV. So, shortly, increasing. At saka mas lalo na ngayon, nga nagkaroon na ng pandemic, ito, mas tumaas talaga. Kasi in 2019, nasa 2,162 rape cases. Pagdating nung February 2020, naging 16,000 physical injury cases. Pero itong nakasulat sa Inquirer, simula nung nag-lockdown, there's over 3,600 cases of violence against women reported. Pero I think hindi pa ito complete din ang data. And kanina na din, first off na pinakita ni Ma'am Lorna, yung sa Davao City lang na data, it's also increasing. And even if alam natin na it's very possible na many are still unreported kasi hindi nga makalabas, hindi makareport. So, saan na ba tayo lulugar? So, where do we go from here? Sabi pa nga ng asawa ko, so it starts from the home. Sino bang nagpapantalon sa atin? Sabi niya. Sino bang nagpapantalon sa atin? Sabi ko sa isip ko, nagsusuot din naman ako ng pantalon ah. I do wear pants and skirts and shorts too. And dresses, di ba? But we still have a long way to go. But we are getting there. Dahan-dahanin na natin. We re-educate the men and women in our lives. So a woman's place can be anywhere. Women do go to many places during the day and even at night. So not just in sex work, but to work in night establishments, doing night shifts, or any worthwhile work where she's needed. Mga health workers natin, mga frontliners. Women work hard indeed, and hoping later that she can also break the glass ceiling, the proverbial glass ceiling. So in many places, women are rising up and demanding safety, respect, and inclusion in public spaces and coming together to make it happen. So actually, marami ng organizations also around the world helping women to claim their space. So we can use our voices to advocate, to raise awareness among each other, also with young girls, kung saan ba sila pwedeng pumunta, at saka how we can live without violence. discrimination at tsaka i-insult, no? Without being insulted. So we encourage women, the ladies, the girls to play a greater role also in decision making and designing a gender sensitive public policies. So this also one part of the story. And I'd also like to share na ito yung this is a very useful tool also or reminder from the UN Women na ending violence against women is everybody's business. So sabihin na rin natin na GBV in general, it's everyone's business. And UN Women offers us this 10 ways where you can make a difference safely and impactfully. So the first one is listen to and believe in survivors. Okay. Listen to and believe in survivors kasi when a woman shares her story of violence, it's her first step of breaking the cycle of abuse. Mahirap kaya na magsalita, no? Sabihin kung ano yung nangyari. So, we must believe in the survivor and give her the safe space that she needs to speak up and be heard. Pakinggan natin. So, wala kasi yun sa clothes, wala yun dahil siya ay nalasing or yung sexuality, they are irrelevant. Yung perpetrator is the sole reason for the assault and he or she must bear the responsibility alone. So, we should continue to call out victim blaming and counter the idea na it's on the women dahil kasalanan ng babae. At dapat sila daw ay mag-avoid sa situations that might be seen as dangerous by traditional standards. This way, yung mga survivors of violence are speaking out more and than ever before, and everyone has a role to play to ensure that they can have justice. Wag daw natin sabihin na, bakit hindi siya umalis? No? Bakit hindi siya umalis? But ang sabihin natin is, we hear you, we believe you, we stand with you. Narinig ka namin, niniwala kami sa'yo, and we stand with you. Next is we must teach the next generation and learn from them, the children of today. So we must set them examples, and hopefully it will also shape the way they think about gender, respect for human rights. And we start conversations, nag-usap tayo about gender roles early on. Ano ba yung mga roles? Kasi merong mga traditional gender roles and we are starting to challenge those traditional gender roles. Ano ba yung characteristics assigned to men? Ang babae ganito lang, lalaki ganito rin. So we must point out these stereotypes na the children constantly encounter, whether in the media, on the street, in the school, and even at home. And let them know na it's okay to be different. So sana ito yung culture of acceptance and yung safe space na sinasabi natin. At saka, ayun, we also talk about consent, yung they have body autonomy, at saka teach them also accountability, both for children, for boys and girls. At saka ito yung call for responses and services fit for purpose para ito sa mga survivors. Sana mabigyan sila ng mga essential services. So, we will offer them, kanina na-flash din kung saan na yung mga hotlines na pwedeng tawagan, where they can get counseling and all the support for the survivors. Next is yung understand consent. Yes, you are right dun sa mga sagot nyo kanina na it should be freely given, may mutual understanding, at saka yung ito, enthusiastic consent. Hindi yung hindi ka sure na consent kasi parang may halong takot yon. So, it should be, yun, enthusiastic consent is mandatory daw every time. Hindi lang yung sabihin natin na yung phrases like, she was asking for it, hiningin niya yun eh. Or kaya, boys will be boys. Lalaki kasi. Ganun na siya talaga kasi. Hindi na natin mababago ang kanyang behavior. So, it's an attempt, no? It's a lame excuse to blur the lines around sexual consent or sexual harassment or misogynistic statement. It also places the blame on victims or excusing yung perpetrators from the crimes that they have committed. So, again, in consent, there are no blurred lines. And number 5, we also should learn the signs of abuse and how you can help. So marami kasing klase ng abuse. May mga physical at saka serious emotional effects. So kung concerned tayo about a friend na nakakaranas ng violence or they feel unsafe around someone, tingnan natin yung mga signs na ito and learn about the ways we can help them find safety and support. So, and if you think someone is abusing you, may help po na available, hindi po kayo nag-iisa. At kung kailangan nyo ng kausap, may mga trained advocates din at helplines. Yun nga, pwede kayong pumunta sa office po ni Ma'am Lorna, sa GAD office din, office ni Ma'am Rio. And then also, number 6 is pagpatuloy po natin yung conversation or even start one. Itong online forum na ito is one and I'm very grateful for this opportunity kasi yung violence against women and girls, it's a human rights violation na it's been perpetuated for decades. It's pervasive. It's not inevitable unless we stay silent. So kung tahimik lang po tayo, magpapatuloy pa rin siya talaga. So sana we will continue our solidarity. Let's show our we are one with the survivors and we stand in the fight for women's rights. Itong orange nga is a symbol. Sana nga you already updated your social profile media for the 18 days of activism here in the Philippines. So maraming mga tayo dyan. Sa Facebook, for example, meron din sa Viber, nakita ko rin. And then also, we should stand against the rape culture. Kasi yung rape culture, it's a social environment na it allows sexual violence to be normalized or justified. At saka ito yung nagpapatuloy, no, the persistent gender inequalities and attitudes about gender and sexuality. So, it's yung pagsabi natin, pag name natin na that's rape culture or that's sexual harassment. So, it's a first step na i-dismantle natin yung so-called rape culture. So, every day, kasi it's a daily struggle, hindi lang 18 days of activism. Every day, we should have this opportunity to examine our own behaviors and beliefs and also our biases that permit rape culture to continue. So, think about how we define ano yung masculine, ano yung feminine, and let's check also ourselves, yung own biases natin at saka yung mga stereotypes. Yun. So, next is, kung sakali may mga women's organization, let's also continue to help them. They also need funds to continue what they are working on. Marami po tayong mga women's organization. Actually, in Davao, we also have Talikala, ganyan. Bubay, and other organizations as well. And then, number 9, hold each other accountable kasi yung violence, marami siyang klase and it can take many forms. Meron sa workplace, meron sa school, sa public spaces, yung catcalling, ganyan, inappropriate sexual comments, yung hi chicks. So, siguro, depende rin yun sa babae kung if she feels offended or if she feels, feeling niya beautiful siya. Pero, if one feels offended, wrong na talaga yun. Diba? So, we should also create a safer environment for everyone. Now, we can also challenge our peers to reflect on their own behavior and speaking up when someone crosses the line. Like, oops, ano yan? And we can also enlist the help of others if you don't feel safe. And as always, pakinggan po natin yung mga survivors natin at saka tingnan natin ano kaya yung kailangan nila na support. And also important na kanina pa lang pinag-usapan natin yung mga data. Ilan ba sila? From the PSA to the local data. We should demand more of this data kasi it also helps us monitor and track and also helps us define our policies. So we also need to understand the issue kasi. Hindi lang yung tingin sa langit at bana-bana. At alam natin na yung gender-based violence, talagang tumaas siya sa panahon ng COVID-19 at meron pang mga gaps dito sa itong gender-sensitive data collection. So we must call on our government also and other partners as well. Tumutulong din po kami na mag-gather ng mga data about this gender-based violence. So, for instance, kami rin sa Reach Health, we also launched this a digital campaign on familyligtas.ph. So makita nyo po dito sa screen yung address sa Facebook. I-type nyo lang po yung familyligtas.ph. So it's an online campaign. It seeks to build awareness on GBV and how one can seek help even during COVID-19. Kasi alam natin sa panahon ngayon na ang hirap talaga ng pinagdadaanan natin dahil sa pandemic. So, minsan, madalas ang minsan, normal din na nagagalit kasi nasa-stress or napagod, nalungkot or pinanghinaan ng loob. Pero, hindi normal kung nananakit ka na sa bahay nyo or sinasaktan ka dahil nagalit yung tatay ba or nanay or kung sino man. Ang tawag pa rin dyan ay gender-based violence. So, kung sino man na nakaranas ng GBV or VAWC, dahil sa sa panahon ngayon, dahil lockdown in Davao City, we're back to anong CQ na ba? Quarantine, GCQ, MGCQ. So, mas madalas talaga nangyayari itong mga cases na ito within the home. So, let's protect each other. Protektahan po ang bawat isa. Gawin pong familyligtas ang pamilya. So, meron tayong mga hotline numbers kung saan kayo pwedeng mag-report or makausap. So, it's at the tip of your fingers in your phones. Pwede rin po kayong pumunta or kumontak sana sa PNP, DSWD, PAPCOM, or sa Commission on Human Rights, or sa pinakamalapit na VAW desk sa inyong lugar, yung CHO, we have mentioned it earlier, yung GAD office. So, marami pong mga ways that we can reach out if this case has happened. And let's also share this to others. At by the way, sino po yung nakapanood pala nung movie na Aladdin? Mahilig din ako manood kasi ng movie. So, kung napanood nyo si Aladdin, nakita nyo rin ito si Princess Jasmine, yung sa kanyang song. And dun sa last part ng song niya, ito yung lyrics ng kanta. So, yung kanta ni Princess Jasmine actually resonates about breaking age-old traditions and boundaries imposed on her. So, at least sa panahon ngayon, yung Disney na mga female characters, medyo nag-improve naman. Kesa yung the same old na they lived happily ever after. At saka the lead character, she was swept away by a man to the castle. Mga ganong mga kwento noon. Pero ngayon, nag-iiba na rin naman ang lead characters, no? May personality na sila. So, tayo, women, let us breathe. Let us speak. So, magsalita po tayo. So, I told myself before na if I face a very difficult situation, sabi ko na sarili, basta may ginhawa pa ko, padayon ko. No? So, kung sakali, I may not win today. Pero napayugma, there are other days. So, let's talk, usap tayo. Or we can use this online platform so our voices can be heard. So, a woman, conclusion na. So, a woman should not be defined by what she wears. She is so much more. A woman, tayo yon. It's a sum total of her body, beauty, intellect, ability, preferences, and choices. So, girls, ladies, women, we are the Filipinas of our time. So, be seen and heard. Hindi lang po si Maria Clara na she's better seen and not heard. This time, we should be seen and also heard. We are not mere decorations. Kasi babae ka, hindi babae ka lang. Breathe. Ginhawa. Let's breathe. Let's find our voices and take a stand against VAWC, GBV, and misogyny. And thank you all for listening. Daghang salamat, maayong hapon sa tanan.
Thank you very much, Miss Galicia, for a very um, entertaining, because madami masyadong infographics, and your inputs really are very good. It started from contextualizing how shorty shorts are being perceived by different people. One may say na, ew, dapat ang Pilipina hindi mag-shorty shorts. And another depiction of a shorty short is that it is freedom, it is power, depicted nung mga Darna, depicted nung mga nanalo ng triathlon na mga women. So the takeaway here really is that it is not the victims that should be ostracized, but it should be the perpetrators of violence that should be ostracized and should be dealt with. Now, we are a little bit running out of time. For those who would like to ask questions, please post them sa Facebook if you are on Facebook, and comment and use the comment section for the Zoom platform. Without any further ado, may I call on again Miss Angelique Cabajes, sorry, to introduce our last speaker. Ma'am?
Yes, Sir Dan, and we're down to our fourth and final speaker for today's forum. Our speaker is a graduate of the International Studies program in the Ateneo de Davao University and Environmental Preservation and Peacebuilding program of the Northern Illinois University. He founded an organization called YADOM, built to give opportunities and create a network for youth advocates in a wide range of advocacy in the Philippines. He is the incumbent UNESCO Youth Coordinator for Asia and the Pacific for Global Alliance for Partnerships on Media and Information Literacy, or GAPMIL. He is currently based in Mindanao to educate and empower youth leaders with the use of social media and to create sustainable development projects resolving pressing issues in the country. To speak about our last topic, cancel culture, social media etiquette, let's welcome Don Oliver Abiana.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Miss Angeli. And I hope you guys are still awake. I know it has been a long afternoon and you've already listened to 3 speakers, but I hope that I can energize you and a little bit more of like a different, type of talking. It's because of how I am as a person, my personality, and I hope to give out the best that I could to deliver to you social media etiquette. So when I was trying to build up this presentation, there was this question in my mind, like what type of concept will I going to present to it that it makes it easier for people to recognize and to actually, or the audience would actually be able to be familiarized. And so I thought of colors. And so I cannot share my screen. Yep. And so I thought, why not go with the most obvious idiom I could think of. And it's also fitting with how UN Women have, branded themselves in this campaign against violence against women. So Orange, this presentation is called Orange is the New Black, Creating Safe Digital Space. I said it, orange is the new black, because it always connotes that what is in, or in fashion, it always says that black is the old, orange is the new. So when you say something like that, it means it's a new trend that we are currently experiencing, or new trend in fashion. But in literal ways, we're actually having a new trend in our lives. It's not only that we're living in a physical world, but also a digital world. There are such movement to talk about digital reputation, digital rights, digital platforms that safely and that we are not really that safe enough. So in this part, I wanted to show or wanted to present something that is in line with digital space, so digital platforms, and at the same time being able to sew it together with the Violence Against Women campaign. So once again, my name is Don Oliver Ribiera. So this question is actually the first thing I always ask people. When you assess yourself, you use social media. For sure, every one of you, even in different generations, you have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Pinterest, LinkedIn. For sure, you have those. But the question is not anymore about accessibility. It's your responsibility. So in the comment section or in the Q&A box or in the comment box here in Zoom and in Facebook, answer the question, are you a responsible social media user? Assess yourself. Anyone? Do you think you're a responsible social media user? Yes, someone said yes. Yes, I think I try to constantly check myself. That's a good practice. Someone said yes too. Yes. Okay, so now moving forward, there's another question. There's a follow-up question. Oh, there's an interesting answer out here. Before I proceed, to be honest, no. So it's an in the Zoom call. It's an isolated case, but definitely we'll need to look at it. So the next question is, why do you think you are or are not responsible social media user? What makes you think of your answer before or in the previous question? So someone already answered that question, that they constantly check themselves or herself. I monitor myself, yes. Okay, I think before I click, yes. Any more? Sorry, we have children around, so it's kind of a little bit, hard to contain. I'm trying to be selective of what I post on social media. Every answer that you have is actually very valid. It's more of self-assessment. It's how you assess yourself in using social media. But the question here lies with what type of ways that we can do, or what are ways that we can do to be a responsible social media user. That is those two things are the questions that in relation, those two things are what we're going to answer for the rest of my talk. And at the same time, related to Violence Against Women campaign. So when I was researching this presentation, one of the most striking quote that I got is from Fumzile Mlambo Ngumka, which is the UN Women Executive Director, where she compared the pandemic to for men's violence against women. And she said, and I quote, "Men's violence against women is also a pandemic, one that predates the virus and will outlive it. It too needs our global coordinated response and enforceable protocols. It too affects vast populations of all ages." She compared it because just a little bit context. She said that there's a lot of international cooperation, global response about the health pandemic that we are currently facing. But this pandemic that we are facing in terms of violence against women, it predates the virus. And yet we are not that much they're not making that much difference in terms of this resolution of violence against women. In fact, in 2019, there are 243 million women and girls who are who experience violence, whether it's at their home, outside, and everywhere, whatever they wear. And with this, we see in the global pandemic where we are at our homes and in the streets we are alone, we see a fluctuation of, yes, in 2020, of domestic violence, of cyberbullying, domestic violence because we're locked out in our house. If our perpetrator or our predator is in the corners of our house, that's, that bolsters domestic violence. Cyberbullying, because now we use technology more than ever, digital platforms. We see more child marriages, and we see more sexual harassment, street harassment perhaps. It's because when we go out to the streets, we're alone and we practice social distancing. And so catcalling is it would be a great it would create an opportunity for people who harass in streets and sexual violence at the same time. All of this bolstered in a pandemic inside like a pandemic that predates a health pandemic that we need to resolve. So why social media? Why do we need to focus in social media? The three talks that we had before, it's more of how we understand, how we take action, how we resolve the paradigm of violence against women. But now the talk is about taking action. It's about it's in our hands. It's actually downsized in our pocket. It's the world in our pocket. And it is in social media that we see a lot of things. We connect with people, we talk to people. And so that's why we wanted to focus on social media in this talk. Now, I wanted to show you a paradigm of how violence in digital can happen. And it's not linear. There are a lot of characteristics, but in a simplistic way, we can see that the access and usability of social media increases vulnerability of people. And why is that? It's because not all of us are not aware of our responsibility as social media users, than to think before we click, that to verify sources before we share it, things like that. And before we rant, we need to think about how the people would interpret our posts or how we contextualize our posts. So accessibility brings about vulnerability, and in that vulnerability comes abuse and violence. I remember when I was in college, it's not a relation to violence against women, but I guess this is how social media, begets that violence and abuse, as I can say. I ran I ran a campaign for election for a student body, and we filed a case against the Commission on Elections for different, misconduct in their approach in our how do you say this, in our elections or college elections. When that happened, I received a lot of anonymous texts and also messages from my social media account, dummy accounts. So you see, there's that level of vulnerability because there's an access and use for all in social media. And in that paradigm, although it's not linear, there are a lot of factors that may come along the way. It begets that abuse and violence. May it be cyberbullying or cybersex, cyber pornography, everything in between. Now, if we concert ourselves with individualistic approach in terms of understanding digital safe space, we can see that there are two types of social media users: those who are producers and those who are consumers. So let me introduce to you what are the difference between the two. An information producer is someone who gives out to the social media, to give out information in social media. And all of us are somehow producers. It's because we share, we comment, we message, there's that production of information that we use, that we put in our social media. On the other side, there are also information consumers who just read, consumers who actually think of what the context of the messages that is in, or the messages or information that are in social media. So in that case, we may say that we are both producers and consumers, but the question is, are you more of a producer or are you more of a consumer? Kindly answer in the comment box and in the chat if you are a producer or if you are a consumer. Everyone? Producer, Dan said producer. Prosumer, I guess it's amalgamation of like the two qualities or two types of person in social media. Any more? Okay, so let's proceed. I asked this question, it's because we need to have a self-awareness in terms of using social media. It's not anymore about just posting. It's not anymore about creating content. It's not anymore about using platforms that will elevate your status or branding or personal branding in social media. It's also about thinking beyond what are information that is in the social media. It's also thinking about those information and selecting, or how they say this, filtering which information you like to consume or not. So I'll focus more on consumers. It's because in terms of social media, and we're the social media capital of the world, just so you know, being a consumer takes more responsibility. Not that because it's in others, because if you're a producer, you have accountability from others. When you say you deliver a news in social media and it's a fake news, there's an accountability from you there as a producer. But what we fail to look at so much is our responsibility as a consumer. So in terms of violence against women, what are our responsibility as consumers? First is to think of violence as, or think of people in social media vulnerable of violence as equal. It's because men and women alike, or whatever sexual orientation or gender identity you belong in, you think of them as equals. In order for you to see that even if it's a man who's being abused or being violated, you see that you see them as equal, or as the gravity as equal. Because the problem with with the society that we're living today is that we tend to stereotype roles and responsibilities, or even emotions, how we think of emotions in certain gender. But when we see it as an equal, at the very first place, an equal footing, that it can happen to you or anyone, that's when you start to think of social media as something that that is not only exclusive to someone when it happens to them. So that's the first thing. And you also need to accept a multifaceted nature of the truth. The thing about social media today is that it's so voluminous of information. If you search for something, there's an article about it, and there's a counter article about it. There are many sources about it. When you think of it, there is a lot of truths in social media, or even in digital platforms nowadays. But the thing about it, when you think of everyone as equal, you think of the multifacetedness of truth, that this violence against someone can happen to anyone. In social media, that's the first rule of responsible social media, at the very first place, to think that everyone is equal, and that you accept that your version of truth may be true or may be valid because of your experience, but other people's truth is also true as well. Second is safe space. We emphasize so much on safe space in virtual world. I know in physical world, a safe space is something like this, but we forget that social media is also a space for us to talk, a space for us to converse, space to us to connect with one another. And to make this space more, we need, as a person or as a consumer, we need to make this social media safe for everyone who uses it. And as relation to making it an equal, we need to accept that you don't hold monopoly of the truth. So in this safe space, I would like to suggest or make a tip to avoid political correctness. Sometimes we engulf so much in a conversation that we forget that we impose others in our mindset. We imposed our thoughts or our opinion to others. But the problem is not because you're not right. Yes, maybe you're right. But the thing is, you kind of you develop that relationship where it makes people uncomfortable, therefore you're not making it a safe space. So what I'm saying about avoiding political correctness, not in conversation, is not only seen in comment section, in photos, but also in messages. Learn how to educate other people without acting or sounding condescending. Next is exchange. Once you've seen them as an equal, once you try to make them a safe space for them to talk about your what you want to say to them or what to extend to them, converse. Try to exchange ideas. Try to exchange what you think would be the best to converse about certain topics. And sometimes the tendency is that we compete. We reply not intending to give out information or to give out contribution, but we reply just simply for the sake of it. And so that is an indication of how we compete in conversation or compete in our exchanges with another. So we need to stop that kind of thinking and try to converse, try to understand the other person on the conversation, in the conversation. So that requires deflating your ego. There was this one article of Harvard Business Review that ego is the enemy of leadership, that it begets, I mean, it doesn't, ego is something that you cannot function in an organization. It's because it stops you to listen to other people, to take criticisms. And so deflating your ego in social media can also be a great practice because you're able to exchange in one another in different walks of life, in different opinions, and in different landscapes. Now, in terms of tips for the violence against women, and I've learned, I have a lot of, I know a lot of people who experience street harassment and violence among them, and I'm not a woman, but I empathize on this problem that we see is a pressing problem. So the first thing, this was mentioned already by Ms. Cecile, listen and believe survivors. It takes so much gut, it takes so much strength, it takes so much courage to speak up about what happened to you. And by listening and believing to survivors, that's the first thing that you can do, or that's the first step in helping them. May it be in physical or in digital space. Most possibly in digital space. It's because we see more people not, maybe some of you are not familiar because it happens mostly on Twitter, and many are calling out. The call out culture or the cancel culture is there in Twitter, where they expose their predators, or their predators, I must say. And when they do that, actually they demean the person's reputation, and at the same time they forget that people can change and there's a character development. But that doesn't mean that we take away the narrative of the survivors of sexual harassment. So in that case, the main thing, or the main tip that I could give is to even out. Make a platform, say for example, file a case against the person regarding that incident. And at the same time, don't post about it already. Or maybe you can post about it, but don't undermine the person's ability to change. So I think in that way, we need to cancel culture. That's just a way to even out the concern of having that cancel culture. Next is call for responses and services. Of course, we can post in social media as consumers. What are the hotlines? What are what type phone that they can dial about if they experience such? And to understand consent at the very first place. It's a mutual understanding. Mentioned by the UN Women, drunk is not consent. Silence is not consent. And previous consent is not consent. So you need to understand, in basic understanding of what comprehend the basic understanding of consent at the very first place. And the most effective way is to stand up against rape culture, that we make feel to those survivors that they're not alone, that what happened to them, it must be taken accountable, not for the person who did that to them. We often hear this phrase, "Wag ka magpa-rape." Don't be wag kang magsuot ng ganito, kang it's more of like a narrative of how narrative of victim blaming. But why not we say don't rape? It's because it's simple as knowing that it's not the victim who is to be blamed when it happens to them. So as a conclusion, the underlying theme of all of this is power. Power when someone, or if someone violates you, power that is key in when you speak up, and power when we do something about violence against women. And the power of social media lies in storytelling. Storytelling that brought about movements worldwide, such as Me Too movement, Chalkback.org, and Orange the World, the title of this, which I got the title of this presentation, of UN Women, to end violence against women and girls. So what we need to do is to join the conversation, be involved, and change the narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Don Oliver Aviera. On behalf of the participants, can I just say it is refreshing to hear the youth, the perspective and the lens of the youth when it comes to the campaign of Anti-VAW. And I really like the talk on how our speaker made parallelisms on Anti-VAW and social media and how to utilize the lessons of social media etiquette to Anti-VAW campaign. Now, at this juncture, again, thank you very much, Mr. Don Oliver. At this juncture, may I call on Miss Jamila Aliana Valdez to moderate the question and answer for our last two speakers. Miss Valdez?
Yes, thank you, Sir Dan. Madungog ko? Okay lang
Yes,
ba?
you can be heard.
Okay. So I'm afraid we're really running out of time. So I think we're gonna accommodate at least 2 or 3 questions. So to those who are with us via Zoom, pakitype na lang po ng question nyo in our chat box. And again, to those who are watching via Facebook Live, pwede nyo rin po i-type yung question nyo in the comment section. But while you are typing, we have here our first question addressed to Miss Lucille. Okay. Ma'am Lucille, the question is, can consent be taken back? Yan po. Again, the question is, can consent be taken back?
Yes, of course. Kasi you can take back the consent. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, na-realize mo, I made the wrong decision. So actually, even if I relate even it to family planning, kasi yan yung major trabaho din. Even sa pag-i-insert nga nung halimbawa contraceptive or IUD, tapos biglang naisip na ayoko na-inject ka na siya ng initial injection, pwedeng hindi ipagpatuloy yung isang procedure. This is same also with any medical procedure also. So that goes the same with consent, even sa sex, ganyan, or any other form of intimate relations. So you can take it back.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Lucille. Again, yes, the answer is yes, consent can be taken back. Now, for our second question, will be addressed to our fourth speaker, Sir Don. So, medyo pang Miss Universe po tong question na to, ah. So, prepare na lang po
Should I
konti.
answer it within 30 seconds?
Yes po. Okay, if there's someone right now and apparently he or she disagrees with you, like ang i-claim niya po is, this is my account, my rules. So my account, my rules. What will you say to him or her? 30 seconds starts now. Char.
Well, social media is not only a place for one person, but for everyone. It's a space for everyone. And your rights ends when you, or your rights end when you chomp down other people's rights. So it's not only you, and social media is not about you. Can I extend my answer? Sure.
Go ahead.
So,
Winner ka na, sir.
so what I was trying to say was that when pag nag-use tayo ng social media, hindi lang yun, it's not about us. We exchange. The main part, 'di ba? Social media. Social. It's not about you, it's for everyone. Hindi lang ikaw yung nagbe-benefit ng social media. So, when you say that it's my account, it's my voice, it's my comment, it's my opinion, yes, that's valid. Pero kapag nakakatapa ka na ng ibang tao, that's the time when you are not anymore, you cannot anymore inject your rights or your ability to speak up to a person. So the question is, what draws the line? So that's the question we need to answer in our laws, which apparently is not that yet tawag nito, hindi pa siya ganun ka klaro kung ano ba talaga yung acts that would or messages or information that could harm other people. So we need to straighten the laws out. And I think probably in the future's time we can see that, or in near future's time we can see that.
Mhm. Wow, pang Miss Universe din talaga ang answer, Sir Don. So
Pressure
again,
na kami.
so that's it. Social media, it's not about you, it's not about yourself. It's for everyone, and we should be really responsible to what we are posting online. And wala na po bang question sa ating chat box or even sa ating comment section sa Facebook Live? If wala na po, we have here last question na lang for Miss Lucille. So if meron pa kayong question doon, pahabol na lang po. Do you agree po? I think this is wala po to sa presentation niyo, Miss Lucille, but kinda relevant lang. So do you agree, or what is your take po on this? Now we should teach children the right terms or the real names for the sensitive parts of our body. Yun po.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, we are advocating nasa dapat sa comprehensive sexuality education yan. The teachers, even parents should use the correct terms. So don't use the flowers, the bees, and the bumblebees kasi it will already confuse kung ano ba talaga yun. At saka yun, maybe it's the adults who put the malice into the minds of the young children about this body parts lang naman yan. So it's the meaning that we associate with these words. No, yan yung doon na nagbabago yung mga bagay-bagay. Nagkakaroon ng mali siya. Pero we should call things as they are. Just like as we call a wrong behavior as wrong. No, there's no blurred lines on that.
Ayan. Thank you po, Miss Lucille. I really agree with you po, because sometimes when we teach children yung mga like flower and everything, they think paglaki nila that it's shameful na magsabi ng talagang real name of their sensitive part. So now wala na pong questions in our chat box, in our Facebook Live. So thank you again, Miss Lucille and Sir Don, for answering our questions. It was really a pleasure to have you with us. And to our dearest participants, I hope we have covered everything and that what we have learned from this webinar will be cascaded in our respective environments. Back to you, Sir Don.
Thank you, Ma'am Jam. Now, at this juncture, I would like to give the certificate of appreciation to our last two speakers. So, Ken, let's start off with Ma'am Lucille. Thank you. University of Southeastern Philippines Obrero Campus Student Council, in partnership with Gender and Development Office, award this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Lucille Dagpin Galicia for her time and effort as resource speaker of the topic, Maria Clara and the Shorts, the concept of consent and their safe spaces during the forum on the 18-day campaign to eliminate violence against women with the theme, VAW-free communities starts with me, held on the 27th of November 2020 via the Zoom platform. Given this 27th day of November 2020, signed by University President. Same certificate is given to Mr. Don Oliver Abiera. Let's give them a round of applause and give our thanks to our speakers. Now, at this juncture, Mamri, do we still have time?
Yes, Dan, go ahead.
Okay. Now, at this juncture, may I call on Ms. Leia O. Pelias, the GAD coordinator for the College of Information and Computing, to give the general impression. Ma'am Leia? I'm sorry.
I think we're having another technical problem. Can you wrap it up, Dan?
Okay, no problem. So I believe Ma'am Leia is having a technical problem. Now, at this juncture, I would like to announce the activity for December 4. This is one of the activities for the 18-day campaign. The activity for December 4 is entitled God, We Hear You, Express Yourself. This is a series of activities that seeks to highlight the creativity of teaching, non-teaching personnel and students in expressing themselves in God-related issues. Now, let me just remind participants, where are my notes, that the essay writing is for USEP undergrad students only, and that the spoken poetry and TikTok competition is both categories, meaning faculty and students. Furthermore, the submission of deadline for entries, not entries, but submission of output is extended until December 2. So mas mataas pa ang ating time to create or to prepare for the competitions. Now, before I officially wrap up this forum, may I ask everyone to please turn on your cameras and let's have our customary virtual photo op. OCSC, please screenshot if almost all cameras are turned on. And don't forget to smile. Smile lang for 5 seconds. So that we can take a lot of screenshots. So yeah. And for those who are in Facebook, you can take actually a selfie and post it on social media with the hashtag VAWFreePH. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Gender and Development Office, I would like to thank everyone who is part of this forum. Everyone, because after all, it is up to each and every one of us to eliminate violence against women, not just during the 18-day campaign, but it should be practiced every day. Once again, I am Dan Pratasio Pacoy, your virtual host for a forum on the 18-day Anti-VAW campaign. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lucille. Thank you, Kaayo Dan. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much for hosting.
Thank you, Ma'am Rio.
Salamat kayo sa inyo, ha.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We enjoyed.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.